Thank you. We're live and on air. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone.
That place is unbelievable.
That's because nobody can take boats in there anymore.
All right, folks, everybody, welcome tonight. Thank you for coming. 6:30 agenda item is board business. Any public input? Well, while we're going through board member updates, we can do bills and payroll as well. So, Lisa, anything to update us on, or
Nope,
no new news?
nope, no news from me.
Jerry,
For what?
members update, anything you want to bring to the attention of the board?
Tell them about the fish you caught.
No, I don't have any.
Okay, we'll talk about the fish later. Mr. Montanari?
I'll save mine to the 5G update.
Okay. Anna?
One update from the Transportation Advisory Council. I was just there and learned that from a transportation perspective, a couple things are going on. The light at the Littleton High School intersection is still with the state, so hopefully we'll hear back from them sometime soon. Foster Street tip should also be back soon, and hopefully we'll be able to have some discussion around that later this year. Beaverbrook Road at Great Road, we're talking with MassDOT for a new light at that intersection. And then something that will be relevant to our discussion later today around form-based code is that sometime next year, Chris is looking at submitting a proposal for a $5 million grant to MassWorks, perhaps for work to be done on Great Road from the Common all the way up to the Child Care Center, which is about the same area that we're looking at for form-based code. So the grant itself would include things like sidewalks and traffic calming.
Wait, that's a study or a bill?
So that would be a grant, that would be writing a proposal for a $5 million grant to actually assess the work that needs to be done there.
And at 5 million, that's some construction funds,
And some construction.
if I understand correctly.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
would hope it'd be a lot
Yeah.
of construction.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
There's the payroll there.
Okay, great. So that's all I had.
It's been a slow month for you here. Gonna take a couple weeks off.
I did, in fact.
See, I thought so.
You're so funny. Funny, funny, funny.
Has anybody had the opportunity to review the minutes from August 15th, 2019?
Yes, I did.
Pen?
No.
Can we have a couple of pens down here, please? Pens for school.
I didn't have any
think so,
changes
this
to the minutes.
I also reviewed the minutes. Anybody else have a chance to review the minutes?
And
Yes.
They're always wonderful.
I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes.
Second?
Well,
I need a motion.
I
Somebody
move.
so moved.
I move.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. 5G bylaw discussion. Mr. Montanari, take it away when you're done
Mary
signing.
and I were there a couple weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago. And we've kind of got a little more time. They're not rushing to get to Littleton, but we do need to have the water, light department in here to speak about 5G. It is coming sooner or later. They are, like you had talked about, they showed us pictures of plain old poles to put it on. We need to decide what we want to do to adapt our bylaw. They suggested a moratorium, so don't want, but I don't think anyone's gonna be knocking our doors down between now and October, November, so we should invite them in, have a joint meeting with them and start hammering away at how we want to approach the 5G issue. They want to put them, on telephone poles, basically, all over the place.
Did you find out when the working group would have their recommendations together, or?
They're kind of waiting to see what, they have design criteria and a few other things like that, but they really want to see what we want to do before. Because it's only going to pertain to them if it goes on telephone poles. There's a possibility it won't go on the telephone poles and it won't go, it could go other places.
So what are those other places? Because if it ends up on buildings or private property on poles,
Right.
it's still a I mean, if it becomes blight, we still want to be able to zone for it and
Right,
regulate it.
but that won't be the electric department's
Right,
purview,
it'll
it'll
be
be
our
ours. Right, so that's where we have to kind of.
So I think even on the poles, if we can see some design criteria that they're looking at and, you know,
Yeah,
adopt
they
it on.
have some
pri-
pictures and
'cause
things
it-
like that, yeah.
If it's gonna be on private property, if somebody puts a private pole in and, you know, a vendor wants to apply that 5G to a private pole, then I think the same design criteria that we've approved for the right-of-way should also,
But it depends on how many poles we want to see too. I mean,
right.
there's got to be a reason to put the pole out there.
Don't we get say on the pole? Private pole placement?
That's what I'm saying, is
And-
typically we don't regulate a pole, but in the scenario where they're gonna,
And the buildings too, we're gonna have to wanna, if we decide to put them on buildings, which will be mostly in the common area.
Right.
And the point, you could put everything on the buildings up there, it'll be
Right.
private. We wanna make sure that we mask them so you don't know they're up there and things like that, so.
Well, plus who maintains I mean, who's doing the service agreement with all that stuff? If you're putting them on buildings, like if it's on a pole, we own the pole, we service the pole. If
Correct.
it's on a building,
It's gonna be
who
private.
services that?
Let's say it goes on the point, then it's gonna be an agreement between the point and Verizon or whoever the carriers are gonna be.
but there's
that run it.
design criteria that they need to meet that's already
Right.
been specified, so.
Well, but do we want it that way?
You want it
But-
what?
Do we want it that way? Just because it goes on a building doesn't mean we can't provide all the connections.
I don't think the electric department wants to deal with it. I don't think it's an issue that they want. They just want to control their space, but I don't think they want to be involved with doing this on other, you know, there's RFP people that are private that I'm sure they would rather have them do it than them dealing with private buildings and stuff like that.
Aren't there other towns, though,
So,
working?
San Francisco has a significant,
Oh, okay, well, great. We
So
can
they're
look at
just
their
in Providence.
design
and I guess they're
criteria.
working on Boston now. They're just
Right,
kind of
yeah.
outfitted Providence, but now. The problem with it's line of sight and it's not very long, so
Yeah.
there's gonna be lots of them.
Well, but that's what I mean, like, we want to control that. We don't
That-
want this place to look like a forest of poles.
right.
And we wanna try to, they don't wanna do co-location, but we're gonna have to ask them to, we're gonna have to do co-location.
1 per pole, 10 per pole, whatever we decide is design criteria and along with light.
So we really don't know anything more than we did our last meeting, right?
It's just that we're not under the
Just need
gun.
to
It's-
stay aware of.
we need to start having meetings with them, because this is not gonna make fall town meeting. This will probably not be anything we deal with until spring town meeting anyway, so we've suggested that they come in October and have a joint meeting with them in October.
Okay.
We did say October, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
I'll check with their schedule.
Thank you, Mara.
So that's it.
Excellent. Next agenda item is 640 is an A&R with 550 Newtown Road, was the one we worked on at the last meeting, and never was submitted for revisions and/or approval, so our 640 agenda item is,
Well, we already approved it though, so does it go
Agreed.
away because we didn't?
but there's been no Mylar.
He never submitted the revised Mylar, so you can't endorse it. I mean, you voted, and the vote stays, but it's, doesn't do him any good without a signed Mylar.
What happens if he comes in another month and wants to sign Mylar?
we'll sign the Mylar.
How much time do we really need to give him? We should never have done it that way. We should have had everything in front of us. And I know we're kind of gentler board, I get that. You really need something to sign if you're gonna approve something.
Well, we had commitments from his
I
attorney
know,
that we were
I
gonna
know.
get something, so.
All right, never mind.
Well, I guess it's on them, right?
Yep, I guess so.
What does it matter?
Oh, it's just,
It's an A&R.
you have, a person in the audience has raised their hand.
Well, we can go back to public input, so please, just state your name for the record.
My name is Vera Spoor. I live on Newtown Road. And I was surprised to see this A&R 550, because I thought that butters would be notified when something like this is coming up. I think that used to be the case with the planning board, maybe it isn't.
Not for an A&R. It's approval not required, so it's the property holder's right to subdivide the lot with no notification to the abutters.
I see. And I guess this came up a few weeks ago with them. Can you tell me who the person is who is doing the project?
If I go back to the,
Yeah, that was Doug Shaw. It was Doug Shaw. That was the A&R plan that we looked at in the office. There was the one with the one lot, and then there was one with the two lots, right next to, I want to say the Bomar building.
The old
storage
Bomar,
place,
the old
self-storage
Bomar
place.
building. It's right between House and Bomar. You know what I'm talking about, on the main road?
Yeah, I do know, and I thought it was not Shaughnessy, but, yeah, Mr. Shaughnessy.
it's a
owns
Doug
that.
Shaw.
Right, well, Shaughnessy
Shaw's
is
buying
one
it.
of the owners.
Right.
Right,
So he's
Doug
buying
Shaw.
it from the big piece.
Who is buying it?
Doug Shaw is buying a piece from the big
I see.
40, 50 acres that are out there.
Okay, and that is, I guess,
They never came back, so nothing, as far as we know, nothing's going on.
he has to come back and sign something before it happens.
He has to provide us with the Mylar plan so that we can all sign it and endorse it.
Thank you.
Okay. Who wants to tap dance for the next 10 minutes?
Why do we have cookies and juice in the back of the place now?
Because of the presentation for
I
the...
don't think we have 10 minutes. It's not 6:45 if I'm correct, and that says
43.
so 2 minutes.
To what?
No, because our next agenda item is 6:50.
6:45 is Durkee.
6:50 on the site.
6:50.
6:45.
It's public notice at 6:45. Great, we only have 2 minutes.
Sorry about that.
We're up for 2 minutes.
6:45, yeah.
We have the cookies in the water for the public when they come in to, if anybody's interested in the form-based code. Usually brings in more people than usual, so.
Can we have cookies if we want to hear about form-based code?
You are welcome to all the cookies you'd like.
No, no.
Is that supplied by the planning board?
It is.
It's by the form-based code monsters. They brought the cookies.
Wow.
Well, 6:45 to my phone, so we'll go to next agenda item, which is the Durkee Farm Estates. Mr. Guthrie?
Hi, Mr. Chair, thanks for your time. I'm David Guthrie with K Estates LLC. We are requesting lot releases on Red Cedar Way, intersection of Douglas Road, from station 6+00 to the end. We're paved. We've submitted the Form F to Maren. I think it's gone out for review to Green and maybe even Mr. Stoddard. As far as I'm concerned, or as far as I understand, they're okay with it. But I certainly don't want to speak for them if Maren knows otherwise.
I think I saw that email go back and forth today, that they were closing in on a number. Looking for it now.
And we're proposing the same tri-party bond that we've been using for Durkee Farms, secured by Lowell File.
Okay. We're all familiar with the tri-party bond. Does any of the members have any questions for Mr. Guthrie?
I have no problem with bonding the next section of it. I just want to know the status of Durkee. Where are we at with getting Durkee all squared away? Have we got the drainage all done or the ponds done?
So we are, I can bring you through everything on Durkee if you'd like. So we are rebuilding the roadway from the end of Fraser to Spruce right now, which includes a water line installation and a culvert upgrade there, and then a widening of the road. That was part of the Durkee approval. We were prepared to go all the way down to Foster. We met with Maren as well as Kevin from the water department. Because of the uncertainty of the realignment of Grimes, he suggested we wait till the spring to see if that has any movement. He was fine with that, so we're fine with that as well. That also affects the affordable housing unit, which is the farmhouse and the barn. in the 5 acres. Whether we end up putting the new septic behind its existing condition and selling it as an affordable, or moving, installing a new foundation on the other side of the farm with a new septic, and then historically move the farmhouse over there. So I think at some point, something has to happen there. We've all decided, I think, the new town manager, is that what you call her, or town administrator?
Town administrator.
Sat in on that meeting as well, and I think we decided to see what the winter brought, and then we'd address all of that stuff in the spring. Pond 2, which is adjacent to that, is, we have about a third of that we need to re-scarify. That fills up with leaves every year. There's a big tree that sits there, so we'll clean that out when it dries, and then that should be functioning. We should get clearance on that. Pond 3, we're going to rebuild again. That's next on the list after that road is completed. In another week or so, we'll get ready to start that. We'll rebuild Pond 3. I think Chris has approved that design. We've done it once before. We're going to do it again with a modified design from Chris. And then this fall, we'll pave Fir, which is a 3-lot, which is comes off of Durkee, which is K. That's done. And then we will pave Spruce up until the entrance of Red Cedar, which is just over the bridge, if you will,
Right.
on Spruce. We'll leave that cul-de-sac until we get a little further along on K, to prevent any damage there.
Okay.
What's Pond 3?
Pond 3 is at the end of Balsam and Fraser, that connection there, which just never drained as proposed.
That's the one that used to be a vernal pool, right? There was no ponds on that property when you guys started.
The pond, there is a farm pond, yes, that I can update you on that as well. We recently cut that. We mitigated the invasives on that, and now we are in the process of replanting any dead wetland species that didn't survive in there. That was the only pond, the farm pond,
And where is that? Is it draining out with the
Yeah.
cross?
functioning as we.
What about the one through the main, the one right at the main entrance? The
That's-
main, is that pond number 2, no,
The
3?
one that comes in off of Foster,
Yes,
and the first one on the right, that one's functioning.
that's the one you had to drain out, because
No, I'm sorry, that one was always functioning. The one that we had to work on, and we're going to work on again, is Balsam and Fraser. So Fraser comes in from Foster,
yeah,
or Balsam comes in from Foster, all the way at the end of that. Take a left, it's that one right on the left.
that's the one right there in the corner. That's the one has never drained.
That's the one we're just about to
Yeah.
rebuild.
So we had released lots, or the planning board had released lots May of 2018, lots 31 through 33, and now you're requesting 34 through 39, 51, right?
Do you want a 52?
Yeah, so, I'm just a visual person, so just wondering, would you be able to identify, like, where on the map
of
those
course.
are? That would just be helpful.
So these are the ones that you referenced in May. These are done.
Okay.
We'll pave this spring, and
Okay.
that'll be complete. We're done here, all through here.
Yep, all of
Um,
Turkey.
And then 18 and 19 we're doing now. And then we're coming up into this stretch right here.
Okay, so that's where the 30s are,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
51. Okay. It's just really small to read. All right, thank you.
So we really can't do anything until we have the actual number, right?
Well, let's see, we have the lots that are listed, asking for release of lots 39K, 34 through 39K, 51 and 52K. Bond for Red Cedar Way, proposed at 80,000. Bond for Douglas Street at 150,000. I know I sent it over to Green, but I can't find an email back from them, our email was down for a little while, a couple days ago, so I'm hoping that's not what happened.
So, do they need to verify?
Yeah, I would ask you to vote,
Subject to greens.
yeah, subject to Green's approval. The good news is these numbers have all, we've used them before
Yeah.
for this subdivision.
We're comfortable with it, but if they want to modify them, we're happy to modify.
I'm
I'm
good.
good with that.
I'll entertain a motion to approve the request for accepting the bond amount and lot releases.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Dave, thank you.
Now you can do your tap dance.
That went too fast.
Oh, yeah, we should ask more questions.
It's
I don't think it was
terrible
gonna
to be
give us any more
efficient.
answers.
Well, we can announce to everybody that there are documents in the back. They can look at the boards. they
Yeah,
can
would you
get-
please do a
I sure
quick
will.
presentation on form-based code, even though we're ahead of the agenda item, talk about what's in the back of the room? So.
Sure. So for everybody who's here already, if you take a look at those boards in the back when you have an opportunity, they highlight some of the key features of form-based code and what's being planned. So if you have comments, there are lovely different colored sticky notes that you can put on the bottom with your commentary, and our fabulous consulting team will take your feedback into account. And then we also have the actual code in written format, which is on the chair at the end, along with the agenda, and if you could please also sign in. And then finally, we have lemonade and cookies, which make everything better, right? So thanks to Marin for bringing all of that. So please help yourselves.
Want cookies and lemonade?
Now, do you want cookie and
Can never
lemonade?
skip ahead, like, for example, you can.
So where's the point system? How come that's not here?
I thought it was. I thought I think they got rid of it.
I don't think this is the same one then. It's not what I read on the line.
I don't even care.
Are we not doing the points? Is that what this is not doing? It was doing, because that would be way easier to manage.
This is a waste of fucking time.
So this is all, there's no way to do this then if you don't have, no, there's no way to do, there's no way to basically measure it. Form-based code doesn't mean it.
So what's this?
You're gonna define it. If it's a look and feel, then you need to define it. It's not you can do or you can't do. It's like, this is what it's gonna look like.
So yeah, I can walk down to the brook from the lake from my house.
Yes, you can. So I fish there like pretty much every night, and it is, no, you come off the beach, I paddle out on the paddle board and fish off. You know where that like little rock?
Pickerel Rock. It's a point.
Freaking, that place is
But like, we can't do this with jobs.
monsters.
Well, we call it Pickerel Rock.
Yeah, monsters.
What do you use it just for lure?
Oh, I got a bunch of different stuff. I use like rub jigs and like spinners, and this kid's like, oh yeah, get this rattle thing. It's like a worm, like a shorter worm, and it's got a little rattle in it. And you think it doesn't do anything. It doesn't move in a swimmy way, right? So I threw it out there. I did. Tuesday night I did 15 fish in an hour. 15 fish in an hour, and then last night I did 7 fish in 45 minutes. And as I'm getting back to the beach, I threw one against the dock and picked one off. No, the better one, yeah. It's just convenient. Like I don't have to get into a kayak. And, you don't even really have to get that wet. You just kind of scoot out.
Are you sitting on it?
Oh no, I'm standing on it.
There
Yeah,
is,
so it's more like boat
probably
fishing.
about 60% the
And
same,
it's,
because we want to make sure that people who are new for the first time see it, but there are new pieces.
Like I'm out there in 10 minutes.
The visions that were talked about last
Then I
meeting.
fall around. The only thing that sucks is it's
But other than
like a
that, it's-
sail when it's windy. So you do gotta back into the weeds a little bit.
Presentation at town meeting too.
There will be a presentation at town meeting.
We're not sure if it'll be the full.
It probably won't be the full, it takes too much time, but there will be a presentation. But you can certainly watch us on TV at a later time. Go to your computer, go to Littleton On Demand, and you can find this meeting on demand.
No, they're on,
and then you can just fast forward right to the part you want to see.
But if you have any cookies and,
Great
you know,
white.
drink lemonade.
What is it kayak with? It looks like a snap.
Jonathan, how are you?
Looks like a snap. Chatham's where the sales are. 50,000. Yeah, it's a snap. It's a grocery store. Dude, my buddy's house is in Manamet, and he got a chunk taken out of a kayak right now. I agree.
It's not, there's no sales.
The grocery store for great white sharks. I wouldn't go anywhere near it.
I would, but not there, not with the seal. I thought that might be you because. Actually, there are seals,
You had a good summer?
Not the abundance they are out there.
Not with 20 foot. It's not too. By the way, it's not too cold for great white sharks. It's the great white sharks hang out in cold water all the time. I think they should go out and just basically bomb the whole fucking coast and kill everything.
That's okay.
Great white sharks.
Sometimes it's nice to stay home.
The table was folded up when we came
Went out
in.
to go whale watching
on the table.
Great white out
Fatter than this.
Thanks, Jonathan.
there. That's the big basket.
No, who cares about that? That doesn't have like jaw crushing, car crushing. Like you bite right through the hood of your car. Like, this, we were watching some lady on one of those blow-up pontoons.
Oh, no, we can't. This is just
The thing just came up and nipped the side of her boat. And just popped all the pontoons. Didn't bite it. It just brushed it. Just serrated the whole thing. I'm like, why would you go out there with something that thing could just pop?
Oh, hi there. Nice to meet you. I'm Delisa with Arizona.
Huh?
Nice to meet you too. Thank you.
Form-based code?
Good to see you.
Or Richard's here?
I think I met you.
No.
I'm not gonna say hi to you.
You don't have to.
So which one of these is
You can have both.
Oh, Jerry, we're talking.
The only two that is
Nice to meet you. So wait, she's so is Carrington not doing it anymore? She's town council?
Yeah, no, Harrington still does, but she does it too.
She's in the practice? So how did somebody steal $500,000 from Little
Good
People?
at it.
No, with a credit card. No, with a credit card. No, 8 years.
What do I do?
8 years,
When
credit
it's
card.
time,
Where's the finance committee?
And I just say
No, you understand, dude, that's a credit card. It was all visible. There's no hiding anything. Somebody wasn't checking. Somebody was. Where's the auditor?
okay. That's very exciting. It's a good thing I'm
I
free.
don't think she was there long enough to
What
see
about the
that.
2019
2-minute warning.
20 what?
2-minute warning.
updated one? Isn't there an updated?
Yeah, there is. Good night, yeah, here it is. That's what it looks like now. It's too long for that. The path is coming forever.
Yeah, I'm just telling you, like, that's pure negligence. There's no excuse for it.
Stuff, though. She didn't need to. They would have done nothing to her. They would have slapped her on the wrist.
No, she would have gone to jail. Yeah, it's theft.
Guarantee she would.
Theft. It's municipal theft.
She would have gone to jail. Even that would have been a better alternative than what she did. They called her in the second. She didn't show up for the meeting on the third. They called her in the first. She didn't show up for the second. She killed herself on the third.
You know what that means, right? It means that
All right, is it time?
It's one way.
Of course.
Lauren, is the gavel there?
Better be now, but
Just give
there's
it a
no
couple
checks and
taps, get
balances.
everything.
yeah, well, that's my tax money. I'm pissed about
Don't
it.
tell them.
I want my money back.
Want you $500,000?
I also want to do soccer coach for the girls.
Thanks. Right.
No, we
Workers'
have a
comp.
soccer coach. I want to do soccer coach, like a competent one.
Folks, we're at the 7 o'clock, the next agenda item, which is form-based code. I hope you guys enjoyed the snacks, the cookies and the water. Compliments of our town planner. Util is here tonight. I'm sorry, I'm looking for my notes. Might have you take it away, Anna.
Sure, I'm happy to.
There.
God, you happy.
All right, folks. Uchiel, our consultant, and our new best friends helping us design the new zoning bylaw for form-based code for our Littleton Common revitalization. It's just another step in the process to hopefully improve our downtown, improve its walkability, its bikeability, its usability. Anna, take it away. Anna's really been leading the charge on the board, so I don't want to steal her thunder.
No, I mean, our charge for tonight is to hear the presentation. I wanted to just follow up with folks on television and here to just say that the work we're doing ultimately leads back to the master plan. You know I love to put this out here. But on page 5 of the master plan, you will see that there are a couple of key recommendations, and the first recommendation was to prepare a detailed plan for Littleton Common to guide the redevelopment. And that's what's been done through the roadmap that was finished in January. And then the next one is change zoning for Littleton Common to encourage redevelopment consistent with the area master plan. So that's why we are here tonight. And Util can go ahead and take it away. Tim Love.
Hi, I'm Tim
So,
Love,
do you wanna
principal in charge
open the
of
hearing
this
with
initiative.
Oh, Tim,
Oh.
just one. We have to actually open the hearing.
Got ahead of ourselves.
Listen to me now, read for about 10 minutes, it looks like. Public hearing, zoning bylaw amendment. The Town of Littleton Planning Board will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, September 4th, 2019, at 7 p.m. in room 103 at the Shattuck Street Town Offices, 37th at Shattuck Street, Littleton, Mass., to consider a zoning bylaw amendment as described below, sponsored by the Planning Board according to MGL Chapter 4A, Section 5. Littleton Common Form-Based Code. This proposed zoning bylaw amendment would modify numerous sections of Chapter 173, the zoning bylaw, to delete the Village Common Business District, replacing it with the Littleton Common Form-Based CFBC, and to map the extent of this new district. All is set forth in details in the bylaw and map. The full text of the proposed bylaw amendment and new Littleton Common Form-Based District map are on file at the Town Clerk and Planning Board offices and can be viewed during their office hours or online at www.littletonma.org. Any person interested or wishing to be heard on the proposed zoning amendment should appear at the time and place designated or provide written comment by September 3rd if possible. The Town of Littleton does not discriminate on the basis of disability. Further, a signed translation of this hearing will be provided for the hearing impaired upon request by contacting the Planning Board office at 978-540-2425 or m2hill@littletonma.org 1 week prior to the meeting date. Delisa Laterzo, Clerk.
Thank you.
Tim, take it away. Thank you.
Thanks. My name is Tim Love, principal in charge from Util, kind of helping to spearhead this initiative. A couple of introductory comments before Jesse Yang and Dan Bartman go through the presentation. One is that our goal with the zoning code looked at 3 interrelated issues to make sure the code worked for all 3. The first was that the code would result in new development that would reinforce those aspects of the character of the village center that were qualified as positive attributes through the planning initiatives that Anna talked about. And we'll talk about what that is specifically in terms of aesthetics in a few minutes. 2, that the form-based code would look specifically at how the code would work on the parcels in the study area to make sure that the code would encourage development to happen through layouts that were possible through the code, so that we developed the code, tried the code to make sure that it was resulting in development that made sense from a market perspective, and then tweak the code too. So there's aesthetics on one end and kind of market reception on the other, that we looked at both of those things at the same time. For those that came last time, there's a new piece to the presentation that talks about how the code actually works in some of the parcels, because there were some questions about that last time. And lastly, we wanted to write a code for the audience, for people that use codes. So we wanted to organize the code in an order that a building owner and/or a developer and/or their consultants, whether it was a site civil engineer or an architect, would be able to go through the code in a logical order and actually clearly know what to build. Because in a lot of codes today, you need to hunt and peck through different sections to understand what the parking ratios. We tried to make the code follow in a sequence that it was very user-friendly for the people that use the code first, which are those people that are deciding property value or deciding to develop or not. So those were the three factors that's the Venn diagram that we were very focused on through the whole process. So just wanted to make that introduction, because I know that a lot of those questions came up in our presentation last time. How many of you were here at the last public discussion about this? For those that are come back, a lot of the information will be familiar and the same, but there's some new information just based on our response to some of the feedback we got last time. And if you're here for the first time, fasten your seatbelts because we're going to explain the whole thing. Okay? So I think with that, Jesse, you're up.
Great. Hi everyone, good evening. My name is Jesse. I'm an architectural and urban designer at UTL. I'll run you guys through the first half of this presentation. A lot of it, like Tim said, is going to be very familiar and the same, so I'll try to speak some of those things and not bore those of you that have been here last time. I'll give a quick introduction to form-based code. I'll talk about some of the guiding principles. Dan Bartman, our code expert and consultant, will talk about how the code document works and what its structure is like, and we'll talk about the district boundary. So again, everything that we'll be talking about in this presentation as it is related to the Village Common form-based code is in that orange spot that we all know is the Littleton Common. So in the context of Littleton, it's a small place, but the hope is that it will be energized and with compact, walkable development, sort of a village center, right? And as alluded to, the roadmap, which was finished in January this year, one of the outcomes of that is increased development capacity, that you get all lots across the common, you can build more. In Littleton, as is the case in many towns across America, how much you can build is directly tied to how much you can park. And so what the roadmap did was decrease some of those parking requirements so that you can build more for example, the same parking lot or the same set of parking spaces. So something really important to keep in mind, that the rest of the presentation is primarily about the look and feel, the placement of buildings, but the underlying increased development capacity has been increased from what it is today, the existing that's allowed under current zoning ordinance. There was a teach-in in May that we were here to give. If you're not here, these are essentially the kind of takeaway points for why form-based code is good for the common. For the town can essentially prescribe the look and feel, the density, use, and aesthetics of new development. For developers, architects, builders, as Tim just alluded to, provides clear directions, what you can do, how to do it. For planners, the code can set clear goals that would be aligned to the roadmap and to the master plan in 2017. And for town staff and administrators, the code is easy to understand and administer. And again, the code is printed, and please take a copy. At the teach-in, there was also an example in New England, specifically at Higgins Beach. I won't go into the details of how their previous code engendered all kinds of weird kind of architectural permutations, but after the implementation of their form-based code, it sort of right-sized the kind of architecture flavor and aesthetics that will be built afterwards. So that has a lot to do with kind of the aesthetic aspirations that we want for the common. And again, the code is composed of two parts. There's the code, which is the set of text and illustrations that sets the use and dimensional regulations. And then complement to that, the geographic boundary by which the code actually applies, and both of which, in some sense, they're independent, and they are, of course, interrelated. At the beginning of a lot of the research, we looked at town centers in the area, Concord, Acton, for example, Air, identified parts of town centers that we all like very much, the walkability, the diversity of stores, small lots, that parking is hidden, often in the rear. But of course, these are places that we learn from, but not necessarily places that we want to copy exactly as is. And so we wanted to look at what are those things that are unique to Littleton's character and how do we play them up and how do we use them as aspirations, informing the goals for the way that we overwrite the code. Many of those things we talked about that Littleton has this kind of a rural past, small town feel, historic charm, mix of rural residential commercial developments. Many of, or a lot of the design guidelines in the current code for the Village Common District, in essence, reiterates many of these things: traditional architecture, moderate scale structures, gables, and other traditional roofs. So we wanted to keep these things that are unique to Littleton as we think about the goals for the common area, that we wanted to be walkable and bikeable, that it's mixed use, attractive, sustainable, safe and connected, and of course, above all, unique to Littleton. So I'll walk you through the code guiding principles. We've been thinking about this at across the full spectrum of scales, from the scale of the lot, the property itself, down to even materials and how some of the architectural details are thought about. So first of all, one of the guiding principles is that there are small lots, or at least the appearance of small lots. Unlike, for example, Concord, where buildings are right up against the street, that crowds the street and are attached to each other, Littleton doesn't have that history of buildings abutting each other and that are right up and crowding the street. And so we wanted to make sure that they are what are called front setbacks. The buildings are set back from the front lot line, as well as from each other, so that they're understood as individual buildings. One thing that we do wanted to incorporate is parking at the rear. So to illustrate what this set of principles look like, for an example of a lot that's 100 feet by 100 feet, what you see here is that the purple lines represent the lot lines, the parcel boundaries. The black line represents the curb, and between that, of course, this is the sidewalk. So first of all, we wanted to make sure that there are minimum setbacks from all four sides. The side setbacks ensures that buildings don't touch and that there are space and open space between buildings. The front lot line makes sure that buildings don't crowd the street and that there is some front area. And of course, there are also rear setbacks. So for example, this is what a building might look like on the lot, right? Of course, the problem with this is that a developer or designer might push the building to the rear and put parking in the front, and then we'll sort of back at square one, where you're only looking at parking lots. It's not a very friendly and attractive walking environment. So we've also implemented a maximum setback, so that buildings cannot be set back beyond a certain distance. In this case, we're making sure that's 20 feet. Another metric that we wanted to incorporate is what's called the facade build-out percentage, which is just the percentage of the facade width to the lot width. And this makes sure that when there's a minimum lot frontage, that there are building frontage that are engaging the sidewalk, engaging the pedestrian, and that there are no large gaps between buildings across multiple lots. So there's always kind of an interesting and engaging a building environment as you're walking by these. And for that parking is placed at the rear and also made efficient. The arrows, the gray arrows, the two large gray arrows on the drawing there represents that the code encourages the interconnectivity of rear lots. And we don't want, of course, are the inconvenience of having to drive back out and then re-enter another lot and then drive back out. But it's much more efficient and convenient when rear lots are connected. So put together across three hypothetical lots, this is what that might look like, with buildings in the front, small gaps between the buildings, but nevertheless there are gaps between the buildings. Parking in the rear, and that parking is interconnected. So this is sort of an ideal scenario across three adjacent lots. That brings me to the guiding principle number 2, which is the building massing, which are inspired by farmhouses. This is something that we and many of you last time have expressed excitement about. I do want to give credit to the one audience member that attended last time or during the teach-in that hinted at big house, little house, backhouse, and farm, which was kind of a guiding principle that we've been using. What we like about the farmhouse, which is native to the rural agrarian pass of Littleton, are two things. One is that, of course, it's very much embedded within Littleton's history, or three things. Two is that it provides a interconnected floor plate so that you can accommodate contemporary large retail programs. And three, that it's an assembly, it appears as an assembly of multiple smaller buildings. So that really breaks down the scale of some of these buildings. So these are just a couple of images from the book, that there's this idiosyncratic composition that's created over time. A few examples of farmhouses in Littleton, one of which is right on BM lot. But many of the current buildings in the common are very much farmhouse-like. The other thing that's important is that a farmhouse ultimately is a structure that can contain multiple and different kinds of uses. These are a couple of examples of mixed use within a farmhouse. For example, office or residential or retail, all sort of under the same building envelope. This is another example that Anna sent me, multiple residential units within the same farmhouse structure. In this case, 7 on Goldsmith just behind the common. So the way that we conceptualize this is through two things we're calling a primary massing and a secondary massing. And we've written a set of simple rules for how they come together. The primary massing can be up to 36 by 64 feet, up to 2.5 stories, and the roof is pitched, whether that's mansard or gable, etc. The secondary massing, which is optional, connects these primary massings in certain cases, are meant to be subordinate in appearance, and the roof can be pitched or flat. So to just kind of demonstrate what those 4 assembly rules are. So any lot can have up to 3 primary massing and 1 secondary massing. That massing could either be perpendicular to the street, it could be parallel, can be rotated. Second assembly rule, primary and secondary massings can be attached as long as there's an offset. What that means is that the building do not perfectly align. That part's really important so that these pieces read as a collection or assembly of smaller buildings and not larger and larger buildings. Up to 2 primary massings can attach directly if their gables are in the same direction. Otherwise, a secondary massing is necessary when they're perpendicular. And again, that's to help break down the scale of these volumetric massings. And lastly, if there are 3 primary massings, at least one gable has to be oriented in a different direction. So for example, the lower right massing is oriented differently in this scenario, and then, or in this assembly, the top left massing is oriented differently. And that's essentially it. We wanted these to be simple, but that would give, or that would create a myriad of different combinations, which are all here. These are an example of which, and these are also on the boards in the back of the room. And these are just their plans. But what we like about it is that with these 4 simple rules, you can have linear assemblies, you can have courtyard-shaped, L-shaped, and etc., a diversity of which. And again, these are, right now, these are just examples of building massing. An actual building might look something like this once an architect actually designs it with gable roofs, dormers, windows, storefronts, porches, patios, etc. So please just keep that in mind as we're talking about the difference between amassing versus the actual architecture that will come from that. Guiding principle number 3, that there are building components that are traditional to Littleton. By building components, we're talking about the architectural features that adds interest, provides more functional space, and that are customized and designed as part of the building. For example, there are dormer windows, balconies, bay windows, cross gables, things like that. I won't go into detail here, but they're in the code and also printed large in the back of the room.
Oh, man,
Battery
we
might be-
advanced the.
Battery might be low here. Thank you. And then the code principle number 4, we're calling building frontages. We wanted to make sure that the distance between the facade and the sidewalk is an activated space that engages pedestrians, provides certain amenities like benches or gardens, and it's not just a dead space, and certainly not, for example, for parking or anything like that. So we've came up with 4 different frontage types for buildings that are up against the sidewalk. We're calling these entry plaza, porch, gallery, dining patio, or front garden. So any property in any building can elect to have any of these 4, but as long as they are one of these 4. And again, the idea is that they would engage the pedestrian, provide certain amenities off the sidewalk. We're also writing to the code design guidelines that makes sure that the landscaping of these frontage areas uses materials and types of materials that recall rural elements native to Littleton, like stone walls, native species, tall grasses, and etc. And so again, these are just diagrams of those 4 frontage types. One of the frontage types, the last one, porch, is something that we're really excited about also and have expanded upon, sort of sub-iterations of. And these again are inspired by many different kinds of porches that are in Littleton. For example, a porch can be a simple porch, or it can be a pergola, it can be a gallery plus a balcony condition, and it can also wrap the front of the buildings to become a veranda-like structure. So a lot of that was very much the same information. Since the first iteration of this, the presentation on July 25th, we've had a couple of requests to do a demonstration, test fit, capacity study over a specific parcel. In this case, 288 Gray Road. It's currently occupied by the Bank of America building. So this is what it looks like there. This is an aerial diagram of the same property. In the front, colored in red, just representing commercial use, is the Bank of America building. And you can kind of see the sea of parking surrounding it. Right now, the building has 28 parking spaces for a relatively small commercial business of about 1,900 square feet. That comes out to be about 15 parking spaces per 1,000 leasable square feet, which is a fairly, very high number, and barely occupied, certainly not to full capacity. So in the code, we wanted to make sure to reduce those parking ratios so that you would provide parking that would also allow you to build more. So for example, the site measures about 167 feet deep by 180 feet wide. The blue lines here are the same that I spoke about just earlier. A minimum setback, a maximum setback where it's labeled the general buildable area in the center. Next. So one way to do this, and this almost seems backward, but we often find that a lot of times parking is the tail that wags the dog. So if you, for example, see how much you can park in the back in a simple double-loaded parking lane with a simple 2 way drive lane to the back there. In this case, you're getting about 38 spaces, and from that, you can almost kind of back your way into what you can build. So the next couple of slides shows what you can build relative to different program mixes or use mixes. So for example, in this case, this will be an office over a commercial scenario, a two-story building, two-story building. The pointer doesn't actually work here, but what you're seeing there is two primary massing perpendicular to the sidewalk with a side addition, a rear addition, and two dormer windows on the top left there. But all of these are spelled out in the code, and it's essentially a kit of parts that are added together.
I just want to stress too the flexibility of that kit of parts. This is a choice that we made, but they could have been turned different directions. Those Lego pieces have a lot of flexibility.
Exactly.
They hurt. Yeah.
And again, these are color coded to show use. We're not saying these are to be colored yellow. In this case, these would be residential units on the second and the 2.5 floor over a commercial ground floor.
So in this scenario, how many people might be?
Excuse me, well, you can ask questions at the end, but please let us get through the scenario, the presentation
Are you
first.
gonna explain that?
Eventually, yeah.
He will, you can save your question
They're
for,
already
so, okay, thank you.
And then as just another scenario with kind of a different parking scheme, but nevertheless in the back. In this case, two buildings, one in the front called the front lot building, one in the back called the back lot building. Front lot is small, 1 or 2 story commercial building with an office. The back lot building has 4 townhomes, for example. And so all of those are what you can build essentially based on the parking that's provided in these scenarios. So those are the test fits on that particular site. I'm going to hand it over to Dan, and we'll walk through how the code document works.
Hello everyone, as Jesse said, my name's Dan. I write zoning ordinances for a living. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, but this is my 12th ordinance that I've worked on actually. I do want to mention the Lego analogy earlier because I brought that up at our teach-in that happened a couple months ago. One of the main problems that exists in a lot of zoning ordinances is that people are essentially handed a ball of Play-Doh and said make a building out of that, right? But it can take any shape because Play-Doh is completely malleable. But Legos actually have rules with how you put them together. They have little sockets and then pins that go into those sockets, and so there's only so many ways that you can build a building, but you can still build with those Legos. So I actually am a big promoter of codes that work that way, so the Lego analogy actually is really, really valuable for how this code works because of its building types. I'm going to run through the document because if I saw correctly, there's a lot of new people compared to the last meeting we had. Some of this has slides that go along with it, but and there were printouts that I think the majority of people got probably. But I got it here on my iPad, so I'm going to go over the document with you. The first 3 pages are really administrative things that every code needs. An intent and purpose section. The intent is really the motive for doing this. So we reference, for instance, the plan documents that came before this code document. The point of this code is to implement those plans, so that's where the reference is. And then the purpose is really how the code works, what it's doing. After that is an applicability and definition section, the properties that it applies to, and the words that are important in the document, followed by how things are permitted. Almost every code has those sections in it. Because some of the properties in Littleton in the common area are big, we also have some rules for how properties can be subdivided, and that's on page 3. Go ahead to the first slide, Tim. Following that is our lot standards page. This is actually a one-page document that is the standards for all lots across the entire common, big or small. And on that are the rules for building setbacks, parking setbacks, and what we call lot development, which in the case here, it's just the amount of the lot that could be covered by buildings or impermeable surfaces. That number, 80%, is a lot higher than what you see in the Aquifer Protection District or the Water Resource District, which still apply and reduce that number unless there is a special permit given by the planning board. So the only way you can go over I think it's 15 and 30% in those two districts is by getting a special permit from the board and doing things to deal with the water that you're displacing because of the higher lot coverage. So that's all on one page in the document. Followed by that, go ahead, is where the building standards section starts. This goes across multiple pages. There's at least 3 that actually tell you what you see on these tables. It explains how to measure and all of these different things. For instance, projection, what's that mean? Right, so there's a sentence before you encounter these tables that says how that might be measured. Same thing with number of building stories or the width and depth of a building. So there's instructions for 3 pages of instructions on how all of these things are measured so that everybody is on the same page, whether they be developer, planning board, property owner, or neighbor to one of these properties, that everybody is on the same page about how things are all going to work. Each one of the building types in the code has a single page with these types of dimensions on that page. Most of them are up here. So there's things such as width, depth. We've gone over a lot of this stuff in Jesse's overview. But each building has a primary massing and then a secondary massing that can connect to another primary massing, and each of those has dimensional standards. So you can only build to those dimensional standards. Most of the time they come with a minimum and a maximum though, so that there are a range of possibilities. Some amount of significant building gets built, but not too big, right? So that's where the maximums come into play. The code regulates based off of stories, the number of stories, but we do regulate the individual story height, so that buildings can't add up to be taller than what we expect them to be. I'm not going to go over all of these in specific detail, but all of them are, again, on one page. That's something that we try to do all the time, to try and put all of the standards related to one building on one page, all the standards related to a lot on one page, essentially so that, in theory, it could be ripped out of the code and used as a standalone piece. On the next slide is kind of a summary about the backlot building. There's not a whole lot different if you switch to page 9 in your handout from the from the front lot building for the backlot building. It's only allowed to be residential. All the story heights are maximum 12 feet, so that actually brings the building down a little bit shorter than anything that can be built at the front of the lot. And that's because a lot of these properties abut other residential properties in other districts, so that any development would step down towards its neighbors in the back. And then there's different frontages permitted for these buildings because they're not commercial. So it's all about different ways of accessing a residential building. So it's essentially the exact same page with the exact same table, but with slightly different dimensions and requirements. Go ahead. After that is a section we actually, this slide is one ahead of where we're at in the code document, but we have some rules on how you put primary massings and secondary massings together, which is where Jesse showed you, I think, almost 14 different types. On his slide that showed you can turn them this way, that way, connect 3 of them, connect 2 of them. And I have to write that in language. So you see on page 10, there's rules on how you put all of that together. But it's much easier to just visually depict that. And then following that is how you attach components to all of the buildings. Each component comes with its own dimensional standards the same way that the building itself did. So let's say you want to build a bay window in the top left corner there. We say that it's allowed to be a maximum of 16 feet wide and project from the front wall of the building up to 3 feet. So, and as long as you build within those dimensions, you can build bay windows all day. So there's similar things for rear additions, dormer windows, balconies, projecting gables, side wings. All of these things have dimensional standards for themselves, and we tell the code says how these things can attach to a primary massing or a secondary massing.
And those are encouraged. There's a couple of points I want to make again. One is that the code is very carefully organized in the order that a property owner and/or developer and their architect are going to start to lay out options on a site. So that's not true in most codes where you have to hunt and peck. Like first lot layout, massing, and then components is kind of a third tier set of decisions that a developer or a landowner or an architect would make. And these are incentivized because they make the floor under the roof more functional, so it encourages dormers and things. And then those additions and bays also add square footage. So it's a way to get the market to do what you want the market to do from an aesthetic standpoint through their own self-interest. So this is a little bit how we build codes, which is to encourage, the thing is, if you think about profit motive and I want to maximize what I can do on a site, you're going to add more of this stuff, which is going to make the design better when it shows up at the planning board. That's the motivation for it too. So the aesthetic judgments that are being made are minimized because the code walks any developer to a point where the project's going to be pretty good when it shows up. That's a little bit the logic of this.
We even say that in the code on page 7 under building components. It says building components are accessory features that increase the habitable square footage or enhance the usefulness of a building. So all of these things are adding value. Flip one slide back to the white boxes that you see on this screen, right? We don't really want white boxes, and that's why these always fit within the setbacks. And then, as long as you're not violating a setback, you can add these things to those white boxes, and it makes the building more aesthetically pleasing to everyone, but also adds usefulness to the.
That's the purpose in the code. The purpose is not because dormers are cute. It's because right there in the code it adds, functional value to a third floor under the roof gable. So.
And if anyone remembers those photos from Higgins Beach, you can see how this can go haywire when the code's not regulating it the right way. So we want to make sure that dormers don't take over the roof, and that's why they have dimensional standards themselves. But they are primarily about adding more usefulness or floor space within a pitched roof, for instance. Go ahead to the next one. And then the final real thing that is important for these buildings is what we're calling frontage types. These are like components. Maybe we can think of them like super components. They're actually allowed to project into the front setback, and that incentivizes their existence. Right? A lot of codes don't allow anything past that front setback, plane of the front setback, and so nobody adds awnings onto the front of the building. Nobody adds projected porches or patios or anything that adds visual interest, signage. A lot of things can get cut off right if that plane doesn't allow things to project forward of it. So these frontage types are specifically allowed to project for some distance, some permitted distance into the front setback, and that way people will build them, again, because they add usefulness to the front of the building.
What page is that on, Dan? People are following along.
16.
16.
Yep.
Yes.
And then these are all grouped together, but again, the two different building types have different frontages that are permitted. So there's the first 4, gallery, entry plaza, dining patio, and front garden, are for the front lot building. And the rear lot building, which is only residential, has its own 4, which are porch, stoop, or 3, porch, stoop, and common lobby. And then after that, which is not up here because it's a little bit long, is a new version of the design guidelines that are in your ordinance today. Some of the design guidelines were able to be translated one for one into actual code regulation, dimensional standards for the building types themselves, or in the components, getting buildings to be visually interesting was a former design guideline. Now it's actually codified through the components and frontages. But there are still items that are about aesthetic value or character, the landscaping. So there's on page 18 is a set of design guidelines that tries to steer development in a direction that we all want to see. They aren't hard and fast standards, and so you'll notice that every sentence has the word should. And that's a suggestion from the ordinance to a developer. And when somebody's coming for a permit for a site plan approval, in front of the board can actually push back on these sentences and says, if the code says you should be doing this, why are you not? If somebody comes with a proposal that's not doing that. And then it instigates a conversation about why somebody is or is not following the design guidelines. Go ahead. Remember where and so we jump ahead to the district boundary here, but the rest of the code actually is 2 main sections. The use provisions, what uses are allowed within buildings. Jesse brought up a little bit ago that there is one control that we put in place related to commercial uses. that they're allowed to occupy up to, an individual commercial use can occupy up to 5,000 square feet on the ground floor of any one of these buildings, and up to a total of 8,000 square feet on any floor, combined, regardless of what floor it's on. So that puts a little bit of control, for instance, if like a pharmacy wants to move in and really would love to build a 20,000 square foot store. But what this code is saying, and what we believe the community is saying, is that we want to we don't necessarily not want to permit those uses, because everybody needs to get, daily needs. But we want to make sure that they don't over-dominate the common and remove the opportunity for other small businesses to also share in those same buildings. After that is a section called site standards. That's really parking requirements. Because typically all of the parking here will primarily be built as surface parking. So it's an impact to the site itself. We already covered what a lot of the parking requirements are. They're reduced from what you have today to specifically allow development that was anticipated or envisioned from the roadmap that was written for the commons. So again, the parking requirements that we've proposed in here directly follow are in line with what the plan document project that was finalized in January, right? Yeah. And then there's some design standards for how parking gets built, because parking can also lead to, if it doesn't have any rules, people can build parking all kinds of different ways that are actually intrusive to building a walkable, pedestrian-friendly town center. That's pretty much it. We do have some non-conformance rules at the very end, which say how you can deal with existing uses and existing buildings that might not conform with all of these new standards that we've put in this new document. The first thing is that, I think, do we bring this up after these slides? Okay, I'm going to stop for a second and just talk about the map. Here you can see the existing Village Common Business District in orange, with the two industrial districts to the north, and the Littleton Village Common District West Beaverbrook area overlay in a hatch. And that's again the existing condition for zoning. And in red, you can see what we're proposing to be the district boundary for the new Village Common form-based code district. These are proposals from us, and ultimately this is your decision to make. But we did take some of the businesses all the way to the east. There's two of them that we felt were fairly far away from the actual core of the common. It will probably be years of either the IBM site actually continuing operation or slow redevelopment that will take a long time. And if that happens, then you could maybe edit the boundary area of the district to knit those in to the core. But until that happens, it's not necessarily prudent to have them follow these same standards for the time being. But again, in the end, your decision to make. We did move some residential properties that you can see towards the south. Our recommendation is to put those into the residential district because they very much are houses. And then the Elastic Factory building we suggest actually putting into the district. If you look at that building from the street, it actually achieves a lot of the effect of the farmhouse type, which this whole code is kind of modeled after. It's a little bit bigger footprint than what the code permits itself, but it visually would fit right in. These are just some reference maps. You can see the commercial properties that exist within that red boundary area. Go ahead. And how the aquifer and water resource districts interact with that. Is this an updated version?
Yes.
Yeah. So this is what I was talking about earlier. Is that anything you still see in white would be allowed to have an 80% lot coverage requirement. But anything in either of the blues is going to have to get a special permit to ever try and reach that goal. And that's specifically because of the two water-based overlay districts. So on those sites, there's got to be a conversation about how you deal with stormwater. So that's really the two pieces of how this form-based code works. Of course, there is different sections to a code, and then it goes along with the map. This is all being proposed actually as Article 30. That was an update since we made this slide. And that pretty much wraps up the organization of the document. Go ahead, we've done some changes. Oh, yeah. We had a question on, why is this 23 pages when the old version of our Village Center District was only 2? Part of the reason is because we took all of the planning work that has gone in, that you've done since the original district was written, and it produces more substance than what you started with. But we did come up with a number of things that we wanted to point out. The existing design guidelines that I mentioned, there was 2 pages of those. They're really vague. In the teach-in, I pointed out that actually a lot of the language is like design guidelines. It says should, right? But there's not a whole lot of dimensional requirements, so people actually don't have to follow a lot of those things. And this code solidifies the outcome that everyone is looking for better than the previous version. We bumped ahead one slide.
Sorry.
The substance of all of these 23 pages actually describes in more detail the look and feel of the end product that we're looking for. It takes a lot more words to say that than just permitting commercial use on a property, right? So a lot of what's going on here is being descriptive on what the intended outcome is to be. We have a lot of large, easy to understand tables and images. There's not a single image in the existing 2 pages, but there's a lot of diagrams and drawings that are informative. Oh, is that me? It's all of a sudden working?
It means you're nervous.
Yeah, go ahead. We consolidate everything into one place. You could almost rip these 23 pages out of the code if you adopt it, and the district could build itself with only those 23 pages. So
That's
think
a
of
key
this.
thing. That's a key
Yeah,
thing.
think of this like an ordinance within an ordinance. It's a lot more complicated for us to go in and change all of the little things throughout your whole document, which I believe is 70 some pages. There's more online than the PDF that we have available, but that's a big effort just to remove the items that we need to replace, let alone make sure that any new definition that I use for the village center doesn't impact something in the residential district. So that's a lot of the stuff is sitting in these 23 pages, so it doesn't interfere with the other 70 in the rest of the document. It's a much bigger project to update the whole rest of the ordinance in a similar manner. And then we also address a lot of important issues that are mentioned in the existing code. For instance, there's a whole section about reducing parking requirements and increasing dwelling units if somebody preserves an a historic building. So that whole section doesn't exist in the existing 2-page village center district. So that's all, things like that are also adding length to the document. Some things that we've improved upon since our last meeting was that we added a 3% rule into the document. So if anybody comes close to a dimensional standard but runs into a problem, then there's a 3% range of tolerance that the planning board can permit through site plan approval. Because many of these dimensions are small to begin with, that's not a whole lot of tolerance, but it is some amount. So sometimes we're talking about the difference of inches, and you wouldn't want a project to fail over a matter of 2 inches, right?
This also is true with parking layouts, by the way. It's a game of inches with getting parking to fit typically on lots this size.
I brought this up a little bit ago that we allow a higher lot coverage than properties in the Aquifer and Water Resource Districts, but they have to meet specific goals. They have to meet the goals of the district. They have to get a special permit, and they have to provide performance-based solutions for stormwater management. The code also permits existing buildings that would become non-conforming. I mistyped this sentence, but any non-conforming aspect of that building can be changed as long as it does not increase the floor area by more than 15%. So there can be all kinds of non-conformities that exist. For instance, if your dormer is currently non-conforming and you wanted to enlarge it, it will increase the floor area of that half story because of the additional headroom that's created if you expand the width of that dormer. That's the type of situation that I'm talking about. But there are other features that should be allowed to be adapted that might not increase the floor area. So there's a tolerance in there again, with the board's discretion, to permit non-conforming buildings that don't meet the letter of the law to adapt and change over time within a degree of up to 15%, but it's not necessarily that they're always actually increasing their floor area, but that's a limiter on any other change made to that building. The other limiter related to that is that it needs to be for a conforming use, a use that you intend to exist in the Village Common District. Let's pretend you don't want horse slaughterhouse, right? And I purposely brought that up as ridiculous, right? But if that was existing in the Village Common today, you wouldn't want to allow them to continue to modify their building, to continue running that business, because the intent is for it to slowly disappear. That's the whole reason of not permitting certain uses and deciding what should be in the district and what shouldn't, is for anything that is there now, over time will slowly go away. To result in uses that you do want in the core. The FBC district restricts the amount of floor space that can be occupied by a single business. We talked about that. That wasn't there in the beginning, but we have added that. So it's 8,000 square feet in total throughout the building and up to 5,000 square feet on the ground floor. The FBC incentivizes the reuse of historic buildings by allowing the planning board, through discretion, to lower the parking requirement for residential uses and for commercial uses. The result of that is that you would be able to build more units for more floor space. And I made sure to actually add some text from the previous version in the beginning of the document that makes that more explicit. Although the dimensions of these buildings are permitted, if you can't park it, you can't build it. And that's really important for a village common that like what you have here. We need to make sure that people can actually drive and park properly on all of these sites. So we don't want to overbuild and then cause a traffic problem. Right, so even regardless of what the dimensions say, if you can't park it, you need to decrease the size of the building or decrease the units that are available. That means that the incentive that's available for preserving or reusing a historic building is to lower the parking requirement and thus give somebody some value back for the additional cost it takes to preserve a building in dwelling units or floor space. And then on very large lots, we allow up to one accessory parking structure hidden from street view, so it has to be in the back, and it's considered an accessory building, and so it counts against the lot coverage requirement, but it doesn't have dimensional standards itself, except that they can only be 2 stories tall. These are probably going to be very rare. The market's not producing a lot of parking garages, but if somebody came along and said, I'm have a significant site and I can build a parking garage, then we didn't want to prohibit them from doing that, but we do limit it in its ultimate height, and then it counts against the 80% lot coverage, or even less if you're in either one of these districts. So that's a review of the changes that we made since the last time we were here. And for those of you who weren't here last time, kind of an overview of the document itself. I think that might be...
That might be it.
Yeah, that might be it.
Folks, before we open it up to the floor, I just want to take any comments or questions from the board.
None for me?
Jerry, Mark?
Are we voting on this tonight?
We're voting to send it to town meeting.
Yeah.
We're voting to send this to town meeting tonight. I'm not gonna vote.
Okay.
No, I'm good.
Okay. Anna?
No comments.
Comments?
Thank you.
So, folks, first of all, my career is I'm a building official. I do building inspections for a living for the city of Amesbury currently, and I can tell you, as a building official, a code like this makes my life easy because it's so concise, it's so clear and so easy to interpret. At the same time, the town of Littleton right now is doing all the heavy lifting. We're creating a document that allows us to create a downtown that's walkable, viable, creative, and thoughtful, but at the same time, it's not hard to get through the process to get to build the things that we're looking for in our common area. That's my input as chair and what I do for a living. Certainly happy to open up to the floor. I know, ma'am, you had a question.
Well, I had a question, yeah, he was showing what it is now and that same site, how it could be used, and that there was gonna be an increase in the number of parking spaces, but I wonder, like, if there's 4 townhouses, a first and second floor of the commercial area in the front, you know, what is the parking need really gonna be? And the other thing that sort of relates to that for me is that you're ending up with a large portion of that property with impervious surface.
So the impervious surface, so if it's in the Aquifer Water Resource District, they still have to comply with the rules and regulations of water protection that are the purview of this board.
So obviously it's more dense. Is there going to be an upgrade in the runoff lines, the
Street drainage and all that, so it'll have to be treated on-site typically. They'll have to become creative in how they treat the affluent that's on-site, so.
Okay, my other observation with that, looking at Great Road, is that there are no other streets behind a lot of this area. So everybody has to go in and out off of Great Road. And with that increased density, would going down Great Road become difficult, particularly during rush hours? That's something I would consider.
So something important that we glossed over that I talked about in the last presentation is actually that curb cut at the front of the property requires a special permit in this document. And the reason is to try and convince people to interconnect parking lots where you see those two black arrows. That's what he's illustrating there. And really, we want all of these properties to allow a connection between rear parking lots for that specific reason. Every time that somebody has to leave a property to go to the next one, they're creating traffic. And really would rather them just cross the back of all of their sites. So the way to slowly get that to happen is to, if anybody comes to you proposing a curb cut, to really scrutinize whether or not they've actually tried to interconnect. And there's a whole half page about how to accomplish this and interpersonal agreements between property owners and whatnot. But that's specifically something that we were cognizant of, is that we didn't want to, with this added density, we don't want to create traffic problems. So we're engineering ways to solve for those, and one of those is interconnected rear parking lots.
And what if they already have a curb cut?
So that's a thing to figure out, right? When somebody is coming to you with site plan approval for any of these buildings, you have full purview over how that site works. One of the things that is considered an impact, or recognized by the courts in Massachusetts as an impact, is the traffic aspect of the site. So you have full authority to close that curb cut also.
This is
Again,
a lot of
it'd be a
shoulds.
negotiation process.
There's no hard and fast. You have discretion over design, whether they should put gables, whether they should. It's a should thing.
No.
No. Oh yeah. Look at your language. Can you
Jared,
defend this in
I'm
court?
fully aware of the
No, you're a
language.
building inspector. This is planning board.
Yeah, I'm also the chairman of the planning board,
Who cares?
so I understand planning.
You do, really?
I do.
You don't have. This isn't do or not. Don't do. This is should.
I would disagree.
You disagree that this language says should?
There's language in the design criteria that says should, but there's also requirements. I can ask you right now, there's developers sitting out here that would say, I would definitely add dormers. I would definitely add porches.
They don't
I would
have to.
definitely add powder. But they would, because it adds value. It adds square footage. It adds floor area.
There's a lot of wiggle room in this.
I would disagree. I would disagree.
Really?
Absolutely.
We have some more questions.
Please.
Mr. Chairman, are you opening up for questions and comments?
Both, absolutely. I just want to finish the conversation we're having. We're happy to open up. Would you mind if anybody else had input?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, by all means.
I have quite a few.
Name.
So, just your name.
Christine Bouchard, 24 Paula Beth Street. First, I just want to thank the board and everybody else that participated, because I haven't been able to attend the workshops, but after reading this, I'm really excited. I've been following the Littleton Common process, and I'm really excited about it. I think it's going in a really good direction. I think there are a lot of great things about the bylaw, and I just had some kind of clarifying questions and then also some suggestions. My first question was with the proposals, I'm seeing that there's no like FAR requirement, and that's really going to be based on the design and because we have a form-based code, so that's really going to dictate what's out there. Is that correct?
Right.
I think that's great. I'm really excited to see it.
So, just so you, people, FAR is floor to area ratio is what she meant when she said FAR. So.
And then my other question was, for the 3% tolerance, does that go for any dimensional regulation in terms of not just design criteria, but also for, let's say, like the floor area maximums as well?
So as written right now, and again, this is a choice, that it applies to all of the dimensional requirements. So the width and depth of the building, the height of each floor, how far.
The width of the dormer.
Yeah, the width of the dormer, all of those things, some of those dimensions are like 10 feet. So 3% of 10 feet is, that's the tolerance for that specific dimension. You could decide that there are certain dimensions that we don't want to allow any tolerance for. There are many form-based codes that don't have this rule. There are many that do. And even the 3% amount is variable across different codes that also include this. I've seen ones that go all the way up to 15%, but it's normally anywhere between 2 and 5 is, I would say, a kind of a standard operating procedure.
And then I had a little bit of a concern with the 2.5 stories potentially being a little bit too short to incentivize some type of development. I know, with some type of like low-income tax credit, affordable housing projects that towns have supported in the past, sometimes 3 stories is needed to make the financials work. And so I'm just thinking if that were ever a possibility for the housing authority, to do something more easily through the current bylaw, maybe something in the center of the site, not necessarily abutting residential, but where you're in the middle of the site and your perspective from the street doesn't have that looming effect, maybe it would be appropriate, or?
Yeah, I think there's a couple of answers. One is that with the components that you can use, you can make a lot of the third floor functional from for housing. Secondly, we ran a kind of test fit across all the parcels, and based on our minimal allowable parking for residential, you can't yield more than the 2.5 stories anyway, because the tail absolutely wags the dog. So what's really driving the scale of development is just getting the parking to work with all of the other kind of regulations that are built into the code. And so that's another place where I think the market in many cases might make different decisions. A developer might make a decision that they need a higher parking ratio for a certain kind of retail use, or they might make a decision that they need a smaller parking lot for on office use, like a real estate broker or something. But we ran through that, both through the last process, the framework plan and this plan, and you can't really yield more, which is the good news because we think it's the right scale for the kind of look and feel that people were looking for through the earlier planning processes. The good news is the parking kind of proves that.
And even with podium parking as a potential?
Yeah, I don't, podium parking doesn't make development sense from a cost standpoint until you can do 3 or 4 stories above that, so you get to a scale that just doesn't make sense in Littleton, the village center. So the economics from a development standpoint doesn't really work for that.
Okay, and then
Chris, one of the things, if you go with a mansard style roof too, you get pretty close to a full third floor as well, so.
my other question was about the subdivision and land plotting section. The way I'm reading it is that it's limiting, or at least kind of limiting the size of lots. And I had a suggestion or just a thought on that is that sometimes when you consolidate parcels together, you have a better ability to reduce the number of curb cuts because the ownership is combined, and you may be able to incentivize joint ventures where you may have areas where there's multiple property owners on small lots, and you may want them to work together and apply for a joint application. And so I was just wondering what the thought behind trying to divide the lots into smaller sizes, what the thought process was behind that.
It's really the, do we have a?
I don't think it can.
Oh, it's working now. Yeah, it's really targeted towards the properties to the southeast. Really about getting those to divide in themselves into a couple, properties that are more like in the center of Great Road. It can come into play when you're merging lots also, but it's a 200-foot rule. Yeah, so any lot created would have to have a 50-foot minimum and a 200-foot maximum. And it's really to end up creating a lot pattern that's similar to the more walkable, smaller lots that are on the in the middle of Gray Road, as a pattern that we thought was better, and it actually fits these buildings more. It doesn't prohibit what you're talking about in consolidation of access to parking, because somebody's gonna be coming at the planning board with not only a plan to subdivide those properties, but then to build 3 or 4 compliant lots that would all be coming around the similar time. So that's the situation where they would be trying to consolidate and figure out how to parking can be accessed from the rear. So like if I'm blanking on the businesses that are down at that end. I mean, there's like the car dealer, let's say the car dealer closes, right? And that sells the property to a developer. They're gonna come in and wanna subdivide the lot to build multiple buildings, right? Because the code only lets you build one front lot building and one back lot building. And if they only build one on that site, then the whole rest of the site's essentially empty land that's useless. So they have to subdivide to actually reach the full development potential in the document. And each one of those projects would come to the board in a similar time frame because of how large lots get redeveloped into smaller ones by like a master developer. So, similar to how suburban sites get built.
I'm just,
right?
I guess I'm more used to seeing where you want to have larger lots and one comprehensive development being proposed with the same design standards that you're proposing, but without the need to subdivide into individual lots, because you don't need to subdivide to get these designs.
Right. So all of the small lots can build according to their existing size, or they could aggregate land to maximize, for instance, one of the long versions of the building.
Yeah.
Right. So that this doesn't prohibit them from doing that. It actually allows small lots to aggregate up to a certain size, and then asks large lots to cut themselves up into the same size, which is somewhere in the middle of the range of lots that exist. So there was. I don't know if I'm going to be able to point at the property, but there's one lot that we've been watching that actually is vacant right now, that's in the water resource district, and if you built the smallest version of one of the buildings, you would blow up the lot coverage requirement, right? It happens to be owned by the same property owner next door, so it's the parking lot for a building next door. If they aggregate both those sites, have the planning board close one curb cut, then they could actually build a building that meets the lot coverage requirement. So that's an example. I can't point to it really well because the laser doesn't shoot through the TV.
I think
So Ed, is that?
The other answer is, I know what you're getting at, because we debated this we're still debating it, is that by requiring subdivision, the same sets of rules will result in a better site plan when it comes to the planning board. Versus a large site where the placement of even if people have to follow the farmhouse rules, their placement might get a little bit more ad hoc before it comes to it's just a better rule set for predictability. But I think we're still open to consider that.
So you're still considering like the same person to just come, ask for an A&R plan, then do their special permit?
Yeah, like this. Yes, this wouldn't stop an aggregation of small sites into a better performing, slightly larger site. It just is targeted towards the larger sites and asking them to create a new pattern that is similar to the smaller lots or medium-sized lots that are more within the core. But it doesn't prohibit what you were bringing up with lot consolidation to actually improve the site conditions. So it's only applicable to the large lots.
Jerry, you had a question? Did you know that was going to happen? We'd have to break up large sites?
We don't have to. The landowners can break up large
If they
sites.
choose to change, they'd have to break them.
They can go through an A&R process and subdivide the lots.
Why is that better?
Because you can get more on a medium-sized lot. He just explained why it is.
Well, I know, but why couldn't you just allow them to do the same thing with the same size lot? Just do it by ratio. What does it matter?
Well, because I think that what we're trying to do is get predictability out of the bylaw. We're trying to get predictability out of what we're building.
I don't get that at all. You could still make it look the same way, but you don't have to break them up.
Well, they're still under the same ownership. You just subdivide them.
And how many lots are we talking about that are in that situation?
The last 4 or 5.
And then if we drop that in, all that goes.
So maybe 5, 6 lots total.
What's the administrative overhead on
Just a
this?
few more.
do you mind if we go to somebody else for a
Yeah,
little
that's
bit,
fine.
please? So,
Sorry.
Mr. Rammerbacher.
Mark Rambacher, Harbaugh Avenue. I'm curious how you came up with the 5,000 and 8,000 square foot size for businesses, because you're preventing things like, let's say WeWork came in and wanted to build something like the DCU building, you're preventing them from owning that building. You're preventing Donalds from doing something. There's got to be at least 4 businesses in that area that are 8,000 square feet, you're preventing them from doing something on their building.
Are they already there?
Yes, but if Donald says, we don't like our current building, we're gonna do something, rip down a current building, build a new one to meet the code, you're saying they don't fit. Because there would be one building, one tenant that is too large.
So, the numbers came from questions that we asked on whether or not we wanted to do this or not. We didn't ask ourselves. We were reaching out to planning board members and other members of the crowd from other
It's
sessions.
a response to feedback we got at the last session. That's what
But those numbers are variables that you're in control of. So if you want to decide that they're 15,000 or 7,000 or 1,000, they're something that can
And
be
should the
edited.
number be the same for retail versus office versus?
And they could be different, or they could be the same. Right now, they're kind of
Or they could be
written as the
eliminated.
same.
Or they could be eliminated.
Right.
I think that the with the rule set and the permutations that Jesse went through, the risk normally of kind of big box, the impact of big box is lower. So there might also be just a market decision to take those out and let the market do what it's wanting to, because the form-based guidelines will still control the aesthetics and the parking locations and those kinds of things. So I think we were a little bit, that was a more of a response, we're a little bit agnostic about that.
I'm also a little concerned at, like, the Donalds and the Aubuchon building there. They don't seem to follow the same, I don't know how those lots follow the same pattern, because they're a lot deeper, right? So they're gonna have different requirements, and I don't know how you subdivide them to make them work, because you're gonna have to cut them really thin, effectively.
No, the deep lots are allowed to have back buildings that are fairly well prescribed in the code.
But what I'm saying is, if you're going by that standard that you have to subdivide the thing to make it, to put enough on it, you're not gonna be able to subdivide it with that much frontage. That's what I'm concerned about, right?
It's, hold on, it's reopening the document.
It really, I think, only applies to the 2 lots.
Yeah, it's 200 feet in width, so it's not talking
It's
about.
only frontage, it's not
Yeah, it's talking about wide lots, again, down towards the southeast side, but not the ones that are deep. To accommodate, those ones are gonna have an easier time reaching the full 2.5 stories with the dwelling units that people are looking for inside of them, or the commercial floor area inside of them, because they have the ability to park more than a lot that is not as deep. So the smaller lots that are not as deep will have a harder time reaching their full height and full dwelling unit count that might be permitted, because they'll be able to park less cars on the side.
Yeah, subdivision is only required for frontage, not for depth.
But they won't be able to reach the same capacity, the same capacity, because.
The deep ones?
The deep ones, how will they meet?
They can meet, they'll have higher development capacity because they can park more cars.
And they can also put back buildings in.
Well, right, and the second building, but,
Yeah.
Back buildings are just residential.
right. Like a small apartment building.
Sue Carter from Places. I'm a civil engineer who's done work in town for way too many years. Could you put on one of your examples that had the back building on it?
I think the closest one is.
I just want to give you some input as to some of the issues I've come across through the years. Okay, so, and my brother at one point was fire chief here, so I had it beat into my brain as well. Was for fire access, typically we have to provide fire access on usually 3 sides of a building. And if it's residential, often in the second story, sometimes they want even at least 3 sides. So I see that as a concern here. I also see, my office is at Colonial Court, 256 Great Road, and the fire department comes there often. And that parking lot is big enough for them to turn around. Some of your parking lots, if that lot is the first being developed and there's no connecting driveways to the adjacent lot, there's no place for the fire truck to turn around without backing out onto Great Road or King Street. And I don't know if the fire chief has had input into these.
Yeah, just to be clear, I think,
We always get the input from the fire
Oh,
department on
okay,
these.
I just,
Yeah.
when I do a site plan, that's the first
Sure.
thing I beat my
Yeah,
client
so-
up on, is the fire chief's not gonna like this.
Deputy Fire
because he
Chief has
can't
weighed
get
in, the fire
traffic.
chief has weighed in.
Okay.
I'm only interrupting for one minute because we do have a 8:15 public hearing that we're going to open and continue so that we can continue this conversation, but
Where is that in? Where's the fire chief? Where's the fire chief's letter? Where's that letter?
Shall I?
by all means, 8:15 public hearing notice.
Okay, public hearings, definitive subdivision and open space development special permit, Healy Corner. The Littleton Planning Board and Tree Warden will hold consolidated public hearings on Wednesday, September 4th, 2019 at 8:15 PM in room 103 of Town Hall at 37 Shattuck Street to consider the applications for approval of a definitive subdivision plan, a special permit for an open space development, and scenic road review, all known as Healy Corner, located at 195 Tehadawon Road, pursuant to the Subdivision Control Law, MGL C41, Sections 81K-81GG, and MGL 40A Section 9, and Sections 173-93 through 173-118, Open Space Development, of the Littleton zoning bylaw and Chapter 143 Scenic Roads of the Town Code. The project site for each application is identical and is a 44-acre parcel at 195 Tehadawon Road. The project site is shown on Assessor's Map R7, Parcel 1. The definitive open space plan shows 17 lots and one 15.9-acre open space parcel with 570 feet of new roadway. Up to 50 feet of stone wall on a scenic roadway would be affected by this development proposal. Property owner and applicant, Glavey Family Trust, Paul Glavey, trustee of Littleton, Mass. Applications and plans can be viewed at the Planning Board and Town Clerk's office during their business hours or online at the Planning Board page of the town website, littletonma.org. Any person interested or wishing to be heard on the proposed applications and plans should appear at the time and place designated or provide written comments to the Planning Board office prior to the close of the public hearing.
I'll entertain a motion to continue just until we finish up with the other agenda items before the 8:15 public hearing.
So moved?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. All right, back to the conversation. Sue?
Oh, that's it. That was, so as the fire chief has had input, the other question I had was on, if you can clarify what setbacks are required for like overhangs of buildings or steps on the front, because my surveyors always say, well, that, are they talking about the front face of the building, or does that include the roof overhangs? And at one point you showed having a pergola on the front. Can you just clarify what the setback is? Because I know when builders and contractors go to lay it out, they want to have a hard, fast number to know that they have so much variance to it. And if we go by building code, it may be in conflict with what the intent of the bylaw is. Just, those guys always beat me up when they go to do stakeouts, I ask. And then the other question, last question I had is, have you looked at how many current businesses in town would be impacted by the 5,000 and 8,000 square foot per business rule that you're talking about? My business is in Colonial Court, and I know we have like the pool and spa shop. I'm not sure how much square footage there is. I'm gonna try to play around with my landlord's property to see how this would impact them, but I didn't know how many businesses this would impact. Obviously, you've got Donalds, the car dealership, but like the DCU building, that looks like it's bigger than 8,000 square feet when DCU owned the whole building. Would they be allowed to come in there and invest all that money under the new plan? That's just my concern. I think some of the fear is always for big box stores, but sometimes you get some really good tenants that I think the town would like to cultivate. Maybe not another bank, but I think there is some variety that we get that is a good tenant and a good business partner for the community. They participate in charitable donations and times and things, and I don't know how many that really impacts with that threshold, and that would be my one caution, that see who it would impact, and is that really the type of business that you're trying to discourage? It's not all gonna be Walmart and CVS's.
That's right. So I would like to say thank you to everybody who is here tonight to provide very relevant feedback to what we're trying to do for the common, because ultimately this is the common for all of us. So one of the things that we can certainly do is continue to have a conversation with our consultants about what it is that we've heard tonight and be able to then evaluate that and see where we come out. Any other thoughts on that?
I think Vera had a question.
Vera's Born Newtown Road. This looks very good, and I know you've put a lot of thought into it. But my mind goes quite immediately to all the changes that we foresee in the future. And I see nothing about bicycles, I see nothing about solar panels, I see nothing about having vegetation that isn't grass, but perhaps vegetables. I feel as though we're coming into an era which is going to be very different from where we used to be. And it's nice to think about making it aesthetically pleasing, but I'm wondering whether all these other considerations have been thought about. I would be thinking about buildings that are very self-sustainable, certainly solar panels, certainly vegetables in the front yard, those kinds of things. And lots of bicycles rather than lots of car parking. Has any of that been?
Well, that's actually something that Dan alluded to it, that in terms of what is done to be able to keep some of the native vegetation here is part of the plan. In terms of bicycles, pedestrian traffic, you may not have been here at the beginning of our meeting, but there is an opportunity to be able to write a proposal to MassWorks for next year that would allow Littleton, if it were to be granted the money, to be able to actually work on that, build out the sidewalks that are needed, build out the bike lanes that are needed, figure out how to calm our traffic. So those are some of the things that are going to continue to be a part of what's needed to really fulfill the vision for the common, in addition to changing the zoning.
Are there any guidelines about buildings, solar panels?
So all current building code requires that all buildings constructed today be solar panel ready, solar ready. So that's in the building code. Yep.
So ready means that they don't have to do it, but they.
So we can't make property owners do anything they don't want to do. So yes, we can.
And vegetation?
So native vegetation is encouraged.
No,
Yeah.
native vegetation.
Yeah.
Grass can be called native, whereas pumpkins or apple trees or something.
Can also be called native.
Good ideas, Vera, thank you.
Sir.
Yeah, Doug Peak, 65 Grimes Line. This got me thinking when she said bicycle lanes. These buildings are put up too close to the road. We may hinder ourselves for things like adding bicycle lanes later, or with all the traffic increase, if we grow a business downtown, we might not be able to solve some traffic issues because we'll have no room left over. It'll be just like the traffic lights at the center of town. You can't put more traffic through there because the buildings are in the way. So something to keep in mind for your setbacks and how much room you leave.
So one of the considerations that Anna was just alluding to with the MassWorks grant is to look at the right-of-way and the actual width that it is as opposed to what's currently paved, and to be able to put in the bike lanes on the outer edges of the main road, Great Road through town. You can also, we're requiring quite a bit of sidewalk in front of all the buildings as well, so the walkable area is going to be increased significantly. The bike paths are definitely a consideration. I know we have invited the chair from the Transportation Advisory Council here tonight Sure, we'll get some input from him after this meeting as well. So we're aware of it. We're actually, it's a big part of what we hope to be part of the design.
Yeah, and where they started was with the roadway cross-sections that came out of the revitalization roadmap that included the traffic calming and the bicycle lanes. So they are.
A lot of times a center lane gets added later, like at the car company,
Yeah,
and that's a lot of width.
we're looking at traffic calming features, not,
Okay.
not adding lanes, so.
I think Kristen had a few more questions too.
As long as everyone else is done.
Go ahead, Kristen, please.
Okay. Sorry, back to, that's really great to hear that you guys are setting the setbacks in anticipation of something down the line, so that was a question I had too. And then in terms of there's a section of design guidelines in the zoning bylaw. I know that you talked about like the should language, and that's kind of been a discussion. Everything else seems very clear that it's not arbitrary, and these are, shall language, but that one section, design guidelines, I wonder if it would be better in its own document, so that it's not arbitrary and it's very
Separated from
clear.
the zoning, way
Yeah,
better.
it's just a thought. And then also under just the subsection E for the porches, maybe consider the construction out of wood, change that to a similar language for the, materials such as wood, appearance of wood, just to keep it consistent so that, this is, another thought of, I know that, Sue had mentioned the size, about the restriction of size of non-residential uses, and I have a concern about that as well. A typical, a typical Trader Joe's size building is 12,000 square feet. So you may want to think about increasing that to maybe 20,000 or 15,000, only because you do need anchor stores. And also, if you're going to redevelop a larger site with multiple small local shops, there usually has to be some type of anchor there. And that's not a really big size store if you think about it. And it may be helpful, and we just don't want to, I don't think, we want to make sure we're incentivizing developments and making it feasible.
One of the other things is that this is despite the size numbers that are in here, that it also says is prohibited. So beyond that, it's just not allowed. You can also create a special permit version. It is another discretionary item that would end up added to the code, but.
And makes it harder for a developer to come in. It would just be interesting to see like how big is Tavern on the Square? Like what size is that? Because you want restaurants and that type of walkable uses that people stay there and go to the next shop, and you gotta bring people in before they go to the next little mom and pop shop.
I'm starting to think that the maximum plan permutations that are allowed through the farmhouse rules maybe mean we could just remove that restriction altogether, because there's already a maximum footprint and a series of configurations that are a little bit the more egregious issues of big blocks even coming in to make the footprints work. But I don't, while we were being responsive to the feedback last time, maybe we should be deciding live right now without further discussion. I'm starting to have sympathy that we should just let the market occupy these building configurations as it wants to allow for more flexibility for WeWork or Trader Joe's or businesses that want to fill the whole ground floor. But we'll follow up with.
Yeah, but doesn't that mean you gotta rip out the whole farmhouse, front, back, middle? 12,000 square feet, that ain't gonna be a farmhouse.
No, but if we go back to the permutations, these are the combo of 4 elements are all fairly large footprint ground floors, but they still have they're not one big rectangle, they have bumps and things, so.
No, I understand, but if you start talking about, like, if you wanna allow for a tavern on the square, might not look like that, might look like something different. That's why I'm saying, like, I think before we vote on this, we need to just rethink some of this stuff and tighten it down.
Well,
Tavern in the Square does.
I agree that there's things that we can definitely work on to improve this some more, but I also believe that there's other members here that have participated a lot more than you have in what we're discussing tonight, so you're just catching up to what we've been working on for a long time.
That doesn't matter. It's either works or it doesn't work. You could have worked on it for 10 years. If it's not tight enough, it's not tight enough. You want to get this through the floor.
I agree we want to get it right, but I think what you're saying is that Tavern in the Square can definitely look like any one of these permutations of 4. Can? Sure. They could make their floor. When Tavern in the Square went up into the point, they didn't design that floor plan, the box. They fit it into the box that was created. So it's not a box, but it is a structure that's created that they could fit into, or Trader Joe's could fit into. It doesn't have to be a box. So.
We've spent a lot of time on this. Do we want to continue tonight, or do we want to continue this to another night? It's not, what?
I have 3 more quick suggestions.
And you're going to be the end of it? We'll be done? Nobody else
No,
has
but I
any
just
question?
I just don't know
So-
if I can just get them out, is that okay?
Go ahead, please, Kristen.
A quick suggestion for parking, considering allowing collective use parking, so allowing for agreements between property owners, so that if you have another site that has more parking, maybe a new use could go in, if there's an agreement that they can use their parking lot, or looking at the opportunity for allowing parking uses where, let's say it's a nighttime use versus a daytime use, so that type of allowing the introduction of parking.
We do have shared parking between uses on the same lot if they have demand at different times of the day. So, office and residential pair really well together, so there is a reduction for those on the same lot, not yet between lots.
You may want to consider that.
We have it in our general bylaw that you can have parking 200 feet from your own property.
Yeah, that would be under the planning board's discretion.
Okay. And then also, I love the bike idea. I think if we could add that in our parking requirements to have some bike parking to offset, let's say, 1 or 2 vehicle parking spaces. That might be a nice idea. I think it's a village center, people can bike there. I can bike there, I live really close, and we do, so that would be nice. And also for nonconformance, 15%, that can sometimes be pretty small. Maybe going up a little bit on that would be helpful, so maybe 25%. Thank you very much. I know there was a lot of comments.
Thank you.
All helpful ones. Ma'am.
Mike, I'm coming in on this a little bit late, but, so your mixed use, the zoning that it allows for residential to be mixed in with business is because,
Your plan calls for it.
They
okay.
have
It's
now.
part of our master plan.
It is.
Just for the record, your name again?
I'm sorry, Lynn Casanari,
Thank you.
Bob Loxley.
Thank you.
I mean, I feel like maybe I should bring that up, that our team isn't here with any preconceived notions of what your code should look like. We're 100% trying to write you a regulation that's for everything that you want your village common to be and what your planning documents are say that is what your goals are. So our efforts are all surrounding, like if we want 25%, that's your decision. We'll change it to 25%. We'll provide you any kind of planning or design guidance that you ask us for, but we're here to produce a code that works for all of you.
Yep, I agree with that.
So, excellent presentation. Richard, I'm about to ask if we can continue, but go ahead, please.
One of the things that could answer some of the questions that came up tonight would be to look back at the village common zoning uses and carry those uses forward. For instance, the village common zoning talks about cornices and talks about walkability and bikeability, green areas. It describes that in detail. The current village common zone. We could carry those uses over into this. We would resolve some of the questions that come up tonight, like bikeability, because the language is already written.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I don't think we're ready to take a vote to move this to town floor for a vote, but we could certainly make a motion to continue to.
Do you want to continue till next month, or do you want to add another meeting for it? What does your schedule
What
look
is
like?
what is the flavor of the board?
Next month is fine.
Next month. yeah.
Next month?
Well,
Town
from a
meeting next
timing
month?
standpoint, though,
Yeah,
don't we
town
need to
meeting's
have this solidified to be able to put it on the warrant? I think the deadlines for that are soon.
What's the deadline? I mean, do we really want to wait until spring?
If it means getting it right, I don't mind waiting. I think that.
Right, obviously.
But I also don't want to lose all the input and the passion that we have from the people that are sitting before us. I mean, I want to make sure that we can carry that to town floor as well. So, again, I want to reiterate what Anna says. I'm really grateful that everybody's here participating in this conversation tonight. It means a lot to us because we're working hard on it, our consultants are working hard. When we see people in the audience, we know that we've gotten your interest and attention on a common goal for our common.
Absolutely, we'd rather have this discussion here and now instead of at town meeting.
Yeah, so.
You're gonna get it there too. But there won't be milk.
All right, but you all have heard it now, so these are the different deadlines. Myron, do you need to see the deadline list?
9/27, it's posted 9/27, so it closes 9/16. I think we're looking at spring, you guys. Folks, just because the town warrant closes on 9/16 and by 9/23 the order will be determined, even if we made any.
You should be able to make
You
changes
have the
to it.
opportunity to make revisions until it goes to
Press,
To
right?
print.
Right, which is printed 24 days, which is 10/3. So up to 10/3, so and we don't have a meeting before 10/3 though, right?
Yeah, we'd have to have a second
10/2.
one in September.
Can I just, Mark, can I just comment? So I'm Rebecca Lacy, with Town Council's office, and I just wanted to just note to the board, I guess probably we, for a legal review, would suggest spring is probably better. I mean, I don't want to get in the way of the, of the momentum, but certainly I think we would feel more comfortable if we had a little more time to, hash out some of the some of the details here. And then another thing I just wanted to note to the board is to the extent that tweaks are needed to take things out of the existing zoning bylaw or maybe change things in the existing zoning bylaw that are now covered in this bylaw, that's going to need to be specifically noticed as another hearing, and so that people have, even though a lot of those changes are going to be sort of minutiae, people need to have the opportunity to review those and so forth. So it does seem to me that the time window between now
Okay.
and when the warrant has to be posted is a little tight.
Thank you very much. So at this time, I just entertain a motion to continue to our next regular scheduled meeting.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Great job, everybody. I want to compliment everybody. Thank you so much for coming tonight. Really appreciate it. We're going to take a 2-minute water break, folks.
Clever, you won't have to worry.
Jerry, come here. So the whole idea is that if you were at our last meeting, you could have brought all these things up at our last meeting.
So, I mean, are you guys gonna want us to take it from the chair, but
You can't just
to
sit
kind
there.
of do a pretty comprehensive legal
You guys
review,
can't
or?
go down that road. There's a whole lot of
I think to kind of rely on
You're gonna have to go through this over and over and over again. That's how it works.
I understand. And we'll have time. We're going to spring now. But what I'm saying is that
That's why I was shocked that you guys were gonna try and vote on this tonight when all these people showed up.
the last meeting we
Voted
had.
to send it to town meeting.
Right.
There's a good
Last
chance we
meeting.
wouldn't have.
Yeah, no, yeah.
You don't want to snap and subdivide if you don't have to. Just let them build a village that's conforming without having to subdivide. Because if you're saying, hey, your maximum building size is X, fine, put 10 of them on there.
Yeah, and I don't think that should be restricted. Whatever.
We're just trying, so the whole idea is to get the ball.
So,
We don't want
But that's why I was like, why subdivide? If you could just say, look, your maximum building size, one single contiguous building size is X, and you can't get it. And your dimensions already prevent it because really most you can go is X number of feet by X number of feet, so you can't get them. So plus, you want to make sure we can get the contiguous parking that we want. You want a contiguous parking strip in the back. Like if you run down to that, you don't want somebody to come back and say, well, I already have a curb cut, I'm not getting rid of my curb cut, and then get into a shit fight with it in court. I don't know. It's gonna change anyway.
Here we go. Okay. If you think of any in the email, shoot them in an email tomorrow. If you think of anything. All right? Thanks.
I wasn't in today.
Oh, you weren't in today? Apparently the phone system was down and everything else.
It works.
Forever until we get it off to the floor. You know what? We don't want to get on the floor and then get shot.
So, what I'm saying is,
how do you know what the maximum building size is? How do you know what the optimal building size is?
each one is going to be different, so we put a straw man out there, and the audience members, and they're saying, no, so guess what? We just need to work on figuring out what the next one is.
No, I like this is the problem with these types of things. All we did was put a building size in and a big box for it. That was the first one. So what's it? 35,000, 50,000, that's 50,000. So all that was a way to just kill like Walmart. But nobody knows what's happening inside. They just didn't want Walmart to come in like arguing.
We don't want them to.
Maybe that's why we
Gotta clear it up, we still have a meeting going, I appreciate all your participation, but any more conversation on form-based code needs to occur outside. Thank you.
I can hear you. I don't think we should put a limit.
That's what I don't know.
Yeah, Weber's up. Look like a farm, then have 50,000. Who cares? They're gonna survive.
I hate to have to whistle at people, but I asked them all and they started talking to me.
You're going to the, which one are you gonna do next?
You do Healy Corner.
So we're gonna do Weber Village. Yeah, we're gonna do Weber, the next agenda item. We're doing Weber.
We have two more. There's an A&R in there.
Right, we'll do Weber and then we'll do the A&R. Folks, please take it outside if you're discussing form-based code or anything other than what the agenda items are. We need it quiet. Thank you. All right, the next agenda item is the Weber Village, King Street Senior Residential Development, status update from the developer. And we're going to discuss the covenant, endorse the plan, and go from there. So, mine for the, nice to see you, folks. Thank you for your patience tonight.
Good to be here. A lot of exciting things going on tonight, so we're glad to be able to come chat with you, give you a quick update on what's going on. We were here, it was in April that the board graciously approved our, granted our decision. We are here just for an endorsement of the plans. We're going to go through a quick checklist with you on what was outstanding and what's been completed, which is actually everything that was on the checklist, but we can just run through that with you and give you a quick update there, as well as get a signature on the covenant so we can get that on record as well.
Do you need me for this?
What?
I didn't vote on this. Do you need me for this?
You're gonna have to vote on it now.
You can vote on it now.
Yep.
You didn't, but you would have liked it. It was good. It was a long process. You missed the first 2 years of it, and now
I saw it.
now we can wrap up.
Actually, are you in a butter?
I am in a butter. So in fact, that third tennis court's right in my backyard.
Yeah, so
And
you
that's
can't
what-
vote on this.
And it's one of the things, actually, the tennis courts, I just wanted to talk with.
So while we're doing this, you'll actually have to recuse yourself.
So I'm in a butter.
Because you're in butter.
I didn't get a notice.
Are you a direct abutter, or are you a butter to?
It would be,
Within 300
Isn't the
feet.
school between you and
He shows up on the 300-foot
yeah,
abutter list.
like a 3 foot, there's a 3 foot in there. So maybe I'm not in a butter.
I don't think you're in a butter.
I don't think.
one way or another, Jerry.
I don't care either.
I don't care either, let's just keep going.
If you're comfortable, as long as you don't think that you're in a butter, I'm okay with it doing.
Could be in a butter. Yeah, probably am. I don't care. It doesn't bother me. I don't have
Right.
skin in it.
All right. Update.
All right, so, as I said, back in April, you approved the consolidated decision for site plan review for the Weber development. A few things that were left on the checklist for us to do before you would agree to endorse the plans. The first one was getting our Mass DOT permit. One of the issues there was to make sure that they were okay with the curvature of the road going into the state highway. They've approved that. We have an easement from the abutter for access to allow us to use that bit of the curvature. Radius, thank you.
What about the waiver from the distance from the road? That was one of it too, part of it too,
The Mass DOT granted the full permit.
including the waiver.
Correct. According to, from the plans that we have.
Yeah, so
Yes.
you're not 75 feet from the intersection. You have
Yes,
to,
they approved that.
okay.
Next item was a form of covenant, which you had requested. We had gotten that approved by town council back in June, so that is ready for signature. I have a copy here that Marin sent me. It wasn't a Word version, so it still has the old dates in it. We can cross those out and sign that tonight, or as you wish, but we have that here. Or if you have it.
I sent,
What?
I sent it, our email's been hinky, so.
The email's been down in town hall on and off for a few days, so.
I do have a question about that in terms of,
You had a question on the easement document?
no,
On the covenant?
on the covenant. So it says the applicant shall furnish guarantees to the planning board. So where do we come out on that? Because
So that's the form of covenant, acts as the guarantee. MGL 41, Section 81U requires certain guarantees or bonds for a subdivision. This is not a subdivision. But the board had asked us to do something comparable. And what we did is through, with Marin and with town council, came up with a form of covenant whereby we're agreeing to essentially finish all the site work before the units are deeded out.
Okay, that whole subdivision issue is part of what I think you just
Right, so
reminded
it's not,
me.
we're not a subdivision, but we are giving it the assurance and we're recording a document that's going to be signed by both the developer and by the planning board saying that we're agreeing to complete all of the site work before units are deeded out. And so the building inspector will be able to essentially be the gatekeeper there and to make sure before we are able to deed out any of the units that the site work has been completed or it's complete.
Okay, thank you for that reminder.
Not at all.
Wait, I have a question.
Yes.
Why aren't they a subdivision?
Senior residential development.
No, that's not the right answer.
What's the answer?
Yeah, what is the answer?
Because they're not subdividing the land.
It's a single lot, right? Senior
Well,
residential development.
technically, it is a subdivision because they are more than one lot there.
No, we
It's
are
a
one
single
lot.
lot. It's a single lot.
It's a single lot.
But
It's going to be a condominium, so there are no,
Yeah, there's no
There's
division
no
line.
interior
The open
lot.
space has to be separated. We didn't weigh in on it, we just said, okay.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be separated.
It has to, by bylaw, it has to be separated, it has to be given to an entity. In order for it to be an entity, it has to be a subdivision, but we're not treating it as a subdivision. So it has to be subdivided to do that.
yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not following you, Mark. Can
You have to delineate the line, so you have to create a subdivision. You have to,
What, again?
the open space lines, all the lines where the tennis courts are gonna be, those
So
are
those
all.
are easements, it's not a subdivision. It's not a separate lot, it can
It's a
never be
separate-
separately conveyed.
It has to be, the bylaw says it has to be, but I don't even wanna go there. I'm not the one who asked the subdivision question. We got past that a long time ago. It technically is a subdivision, but that's,
Moving forward.
Forget I asked it.
yeah, forget you
So-
asked it.
The next item was in terms of Green International affiliates, their comments. They had a few things that had been left that we'd addressed at the very end, including providing a landscaping plan that's in the final signature plan that you have in front of you. Let's see, the next one is the tennis courts. You may recall we had a fair bit of discussion at our last hearing on that. The applicant has agreed to build 2 asphalt tennis courts on site. They will meet the ASBA guidelines. We have drafted a access agreement. We've discussed that with town council. They've approved the form of the agreement, which will allow, and I have a form here, Marin does as well, which shows if you'd like. I'll show you, Dave. Like a copy of this.
I've seen it.
But the one question which was raised to us this week, and I wanted to have an opportunity to discuss this with the board, Marin had requested on behalf of the athletic director of town that the tennis courts, these 2 courts, be reserved exclusively for use of the high school from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. during the spring sports season. And we wanted to make sure this was discussed in front of the whole board, because we had a lot of discussions, so the permitting process, to make sure that we had certain amenities in this development for the residents. Part of the appeal of the tennis courts was that they would be made available to town residents through the high school and through Parks and Recs. And there's access at the back of the property. There's a walking trail that we've dedicated to go to the high school.
It's an older plan.
Excuse me?
I'm sorry. Said it's one of the older plans, but it's what I have posted.
But it's, you can see the tennis courts are in the upper left corner. High school is in the far left corner off our property, but it's the direct abutter. It is an older plan. You can see the sketch of what there have been discussions at some point about three tennis courts versus 2. We've ended up with 2 that are solely within our lot lines, and then walking trail access over to the high school. We are open to reserving those tennis courts for the high school, but would really want to know that that's what the board wanted, and that, in an understanding that the residents of this community, this is an amenity that is being built for them. They are responsible for the care and maintenance of these courts. And if we are blocking out a period of time every day through the sports season that they do not have access, I think that needs to be something that the board is encouraging or requiring.
So in my discussions with the athletic director, coming up with these plans and talking to them about the amenities that were proposed, the idea was because right now the tennis team has to travel to 2 separate locations to have a tennis match. So during the tennis season for the spring sport, it was always my understanding that these would be available to the high school for their sports season in the spring. So that's what I had.
That was our intention too.
Yeah, so
As long as the board's okay saying that part of the amenity is gonna be used for the high school instead of just
Town
the
residents.
residents of that.
development and or town residents as well.
us for. Yeah, so that was an amenity we gave to the residents, but if the town's okay with letting the use be used for the high school as well.
But well, even more than this as well, but exclusively
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
the benefit of the high school team for certain hours during the spring tennis season. I think that needs to be directed from the board.
To say that's a use.
To require that, I mean, that's what we're putting in our access and use easement, but.
Will it still be available to town residents and Park and Rec outside of the spring sports season?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
and that would be just on an open use basis.
They can't come in the subdivision or the condo association and park in there.
Right, they'll be parking at the high school and
Park at the
walking
high
to
school and then
walking to the tennis courts.
And we talked
And
to
if,
town council
it's
about
being
that.
used, they wait their turn.
It's
Right, yeah.
pedestrian access only, it's
Mhm.
first come, first serve, and
Right.
I think that as long as it is clearly articulated in terms of what are the timeframes, what are the dates, what is the expectation, like you just said, about parking, I think all of those things need to be clearly delineated.
And we did do that, we came up with draft rules and regs and circulated those to town council, he's reviewed those. And the language that he actually proposed in terms of the hours of use would be exclusive use between the hours of 2 and 6 p.m. during the entirety of the spring school sports season. And otherwise, open to all parties on a non-exclusive first come, first served basis.
My only question on that wording was that 2 to 6 during weekdays, school days, or is that weekends also?
Do they have tennis tournaments on weekends?
I think there's, I think they do play a couple times.
So I would say Monday through Friday, except for the tennis tournaments that occur twice or 3 times a year.
Whenever they do it, yeah.
I would say if you guys would mind coordinating with Mike Lynn on his typical schedule. I would also know, because I know that the discussion's gonna come up regarding the third tennis court, you guys are gonna offer to prepare a base.
Yep.
We've heard from our athletic director saying that he's not sure that it's in the budget, and with all the other constraints of it being crossing property lines, how do you work out the third tennis court? With the willingness that you're showing to provide the access for the town, I think that's an amenity in itself. You're granting more than I think what we actually asked for on the 2 tennis courts, so it's a give. Basically, Mike Lynn said that he didn't really want us to prep the base for the third tennis court because there's no funds to actually have the town build it at this time. And to prep a base, to have it disintegrate or deteriorate over time is a waste of everybody's effort and money. But Jerry, you want to say something?
Well, you're gonna build a full functioning tennis court, posts up, 2 of them, fence around it and all that?
Correct.
And does that meet, does that meet his requirement, Lynn's requirement for being able to?
We made them go to, they actually went and had a discussion with Mike Lynn regarding the construction and the quality of the tennis court, and they agreed that they would meet what was needed by, we had the discussion, it's an asphalt.
So you don't need 3?
Mike Lynn says that 2 would be more than sufficient for what they have.
Yeah, then don't put a pad for nothing.
Right. So, but because there's a cash value involved in that third preparation, I'm saying that I think the give that they're giving us is more than what we originally asked. I just wanted to hear from the board. I think it's a wash in my mind, but if anybody wanted to have a discussion on it.
2 player-ready courts?
Yeah.
Sounds awesome, right? You have a problem with that?
No, I don't have a problem with it.
Okay. Any others?
I don't either.
Are they gonna be lit? They're not, right?
No.
I just wanted to see if it was
I
gonna
want to
screw
see
up.
tennis lights in my backyard.
What, do you play at night, Mark?
I would if you lit them. If you light them, I will come.
All right.
There's
So
no
what about-
plans for them to be.
What about
lighted.
any compensation then for what they were going to provide?
So that's what I'm saying. I think they're compensating by giving us not just open to park and rec to the residents of Littleton, but also a fitted schedule for the high school or the athletic director sports schedule. So they've added an amenity through the schedule that has value
To the town.
to the town. In particular to our students, our student athletes who play tennis.
Why, do you have a problem with this?
No, I just didn't know whether or not that was, I guess I would say, enough of a value in terms of that third
No, see,
tennis
that's-
court that was going to be.
That's my job, that's not. And I'm okay with it.
So,
So I just want to make sure we put it in the minutes in the record that we're willing to forego the preparation of the third site for a tennis court in recognition of your extra give for participation on the tennis courts.
Thank you, because that is in the,
Can we get some more
in the
trees or
consolidated
something?
decision, so appreciate
Trees?
that being in the minutes. And as courts are not lit, so we do put in the rules and regs that they be limited to daylight hours, just so it doesn't become a
Right.
venue for non-tennis. And the last thing I had on our punch list was to show the affordable units on the plan, and those have been shown on the final set of plans. So that is where we are.
They're not next to each other, right?
They are not, they're scattered. And do you recall which ones they are on?
It's one of the top right corners and up by the tennis courts.
We don't-
and
Is it the
down.
one within the circle or with the?
Yeah,
overall?
one in the circle that's a single and then one at the top.
Okay.
Excellent. Thank you.
But they are,
They're separated.
Terrific.
They're not across the street from each other, they're not.
Okay.
so if that meets the board's satisfaction, we've asked for the plans to be endorsed, and then we will get them on record along with our covenant.
Beautiful.
I'll entertain a motion to endorse the plans and sign the covenant.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, folks.
Lauren, do you have the MyLars delivered to you?
Yeah.
Can we get ink on those before we use everyone this evening?
Do you have the Mylars currently?
Let's do it.
Yep.
Yeah. I put a question out to town council, but my expectation is that the tennis court access and use agreement is going to be signed by the school department, by the superintendent of schools. I've asked him to
I think
confirm.
so it should be endorsed by the school department. I also think because of the use to the residents and Park and Rec, you might want to have a Park and Rec signature on there as well, and probably the town administrator. Understand it, okay?
And then just in terms of facilitating signatures by everyone, can I just send the final one to you, Perfect. And once that's all signed, we can get that on record as well. And then I'm going to just get the latest copy of the covenant that I have. Or if you want, and that's for the benefit of the town, do you want to sign it as is and just cross out the dates, or do you want to bring it to the board's next meeting or the next availability and have you sign it?
We voted to sign it, so we can sign it.
Change the date.
Yeah.
Change the dates and we'll sign it in
Change the date and the clerk name.
yeah.
Yeah.
Do we all need it, or can we just have the clerk sign it?
That's a good question.
Do we all need to sign it, or can we just have the clerk sign it?
I don't remember what was on the form.
All the names are on the form.
Yeah, this is complicated. It changes in areas.
Covenant.
Today, Jerry.
Look, and it's on both sides. Have fun.
Okay.
You have a second pen, Mara?
And there's a lot of them.
Yeah.
Why don't we split them up in half?
Let's see, when I put, I don't know if there's been a change of the numbers.
Okay, wait. Don't.
Well, give me half of them.
Oh, wait, these are done. Take these.
Then they have to go to the bathroom. We have another.
Oh, you give me the top.
I'm holding it. You take it.
Here is you, if you decide to pass them
That's kind of nice. All right.
That's yours.
This is mine. I'd like to get out before tomorrow.
We still have 3 hours, Mark, don't worry about that.
Set.
So, you see it?
No.
Board, then we can get that notarized.
Some of us have real names, not just Z's.
Who's got Z's?
Just that one, thank you. Just something. Soften those.
Okay,
You done?
I'm done with my set.
Okay.
Waiting for Slowpoke.
Over here.
Alright, the rest is yours.
Here.
Already did that one.
Jerry.
Here, passing these to you.
This is hilarious.
This one.
You got this?
Okay,
You got
switch.
this? Oh, good.
Sign these. See there.
Here, you want to come over here?
Well, that's where they usually wait till after the meeting's done. That's why you caught me by surprise.
Oh, yeah, they always sign them, and then you can get out of here, and I'll have to bring, come back and pick them up.
So, and then you'll have to add the approval date and the endorsement date. There's room for that on each of them.
Yes, this is in.
That it?
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
It started
Look at, there's another.
All right. We're done, right?
We're done with this one, they're on to their next one.
Same applicant.
There's an A&R application for 9 Air Road, 2-lot subdivision, M&M.
That never has no. Perfect.
What's our next one? It's the next one, A&R.
A&R.
9 Air Road.
I can pick that up Monday, then I can get it on
Where you
record
going?
for Tuesday.
Yep.
This is the one up on the hill.
Yeah.
Can you explain a couple things? Or do you have a formal presentation?
I have to explain a couple things.
So this lot and then the one right next to it, so 3 and 3-1 are owned by the same entity, is that correct?
I'm sorry?
They're all currently owned by the same, these three?
No. Well, when I was looking at the
Frontage.
GIS, it shows that this lot and then the one directly next to it is owned.
No.
No, okay. So if you could just explain that.
We
and then-
purchased this parcel, that's square showing the 3 lots. The driveway has an easement going across the adjacent lot up to ours. It's a shared driveway. We're going to be abandoning our access off of that and using our frontage with our lots here.
Okay, so that's great, because that was actually going to be my question is, so how are you getting the frontage then if it's on somebody else's lot, so?
We have frontage on Air Road.
Okay.
We have 489 feet.
Well, the only issue is it's straight up. How do
Frontage.
you have to access your lot from your frontage. How are you gonna access those?
On the front.
We'll access it.
We need to show, we need you to show us that you can access those.
We have access. We have frontage on the road. This says,
It absolutely does. Those lots
then
are
it
straight
meets
up.
then it meets the A&R requirement.
No, it doesn't. You have to demonstrate to us that you can access the lots. If you're going, you can't go straight up.
We have the right to
Access.
access that off of Air Road.
Yes, I agree with you, but the practical matter is it goes straight up. You can't put a driveway in and come off of Air Road.
What's the
What is the slope for a driveway?
You have to show us that you
Well,
can
what's
get
the
the
requirement?
slopes.
What's the requirement
You
for a
have to
driveway?
show us that you can get the slope in there.
I can get the slope in.
I don't want another one of these, like the little bridge that we have going over the lake over there at the end of New Estate.
How about your buddies, Walter Barker?
All right, wait, let's just stay on the subject of this.
What is the requirement for access?
You have to demonstrate to us that you can get the correct grades, which I believe are 10%,
Okay.
to be able to show us that you can access it from your frontage. That's all I'm asking you to do.
We're moving the material.
Well, then that brings up another question. How much of the material are you gonna remove? I mean, that's 100 feet tall right there,
No,
right?
it is not.
It's 50 feet.
Okay,
50
50 feet tall.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
It's practical access, that's all I'm
No,
asking.
well, I'm following up on what you're saying. So, one of the requirements says that we should be provided with the location of any easement or way, public or private, across the land, so,
We don't have any of those.
because you're getting rid of the easement from the
Correct.
other land, okay? And so, whereabouts on here would you actually have your entrance onto the property.
This is
From
pretty
the road,
expensive.
right in front of each
This
lot
is
has
the one
its
right
own
at the corner.
driveway
Here's the
coming out.
gas
So
station here over
each
here.
lot will have
This
its
is the
own
one up on that
driveway.
hill.
Okay.
The one that's.
And because of
up
the
there has a
steepness, are you
driveway
talking
that goes
about
up
maybe
like
doing a
this
bit
to
of
the
a
hill.
circular
No.
drive
So how
up?
are you
No.
gonna access it like this?
Each house comes with a set of chains for winter time.
5 arrow?
Or something like that. It's the one right beside that.
They have to
boy's
meet the
house.
requirement of the driveway
Right.
slope in the building code, so.
I get it, I get it. All right, well,
Mark, are you getting?
thank you for that
Trying
answer.
to figure out what you were trying to get at as far as the cut?
Yeah, I need to, you need to demonstrate that to be able to do a cut in there to get frontage, to come out their frontage there.
We have to meet building code regulations in mass building code regulations anyway before we can.
Obtain a
Before you
permit.
can get a building permit to build. So they'll need to come in with their specs, with their designs. to-
And they'll have to show the slope on the top for the construction of the house, so.
Oh, yeah.
So just to be really clear, so we have lot 1, lot 2, then we have the area where the barn is, and then we have lot 3.
No, that is
That
lot
is
3.
lot three.
That is lot.
So-
Those are
It's
just
just they're
dimensions.
just showing the distance to the
Okay,
edges.
all right, so lot 3 includes
There's an
the
L
barn?
It's the large lot
Okay.
wrapping around.
Okay, thank you.
Suppose you're right.
Curious, is the barn gonna be saved? Is it
Yes.
savable? Okay,
We've been working with Admiral Building Movers,
okay,
so,
cool,
and we've moved 10 structures over the
Okay.
years.
great.
You are gonna keep that driveway? Or are you gonna get rid of it?
We're getting rid of the driveway, the shared driveway.
How are you gonna get in there?
We're gonna do driveways off of Air Road to each lot.
They're gonna cut it with an excavator and excavate the,
It's gonna be some kind of cut.
That's kind of my point. Wouldn't you like to see it before they?
That doesn't pertain to.
Well, what's that matter? What's
It
the
matters.
Oh, it doesn't matter. For me, it doesn't
It's
matter.
not in the zoning.
It's frontage. You have to show that you can
We
access the
have
lot.
frontage.
He's
You have
got,
to
he could do it,
Access your
Mike.
lot from the frontage.
Mike,
We
he can
can,
cut
we can
that.
do it. We have frontage, Mark.
You have
We
frontage,
don't
but you.
have,
so,
the
at this point,
access
this is,
pertains to, say if there was conservation
I'll
issues.
entertain a motion to sign the A&R as presented.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed?
He's opposed.
Oh, I have to one, all right, I'll go, I don't care. I'll go aye. I'll be an aye tonight, even though they have to show practice.
That's a hell of a...
Okay,
Well, it's for them to be able to make it happen.
yes. The purpose of today's meeting.
It doesn't really-
So, we'll give the pens back. and-
Before you sign
We'll
it.
sign these. We'll sign them on.
Thanks, Dad.
Where's, just the one?
All three. Sign all three. We're gonna keep-
You gonna sign this stuff?
Sign it.
Sign it. Like it's a punishment.
Pen is gonna
Two of them.
I'm not gonna, we don't need to use this on the paper, right?
This was on the stand. You should have signed it.
Where's the other one? This one? This one. There, that.
Didn't you go to the A&R seminar?
Did. Mark, here's the page,
It's all right. Show me what you learned.
right there. They meet, yes, they do.
You're talking about access.
Yeah.
And technically speaking, you could engineer access. So why
Right.
would you,
So
why
you
would you
would
preclude
see it.
this stuff? What, see what?
But, yeah.
Come on, that's punitive.
No, it's not.
Sure it is. You could say it's reasonably assumed, unless you happen to know there's a physical barrier.
Straight up isn't a physical barrier?
No,
It's all sand and gravel.
Okay,
You
so.
don't even have to blast.
All right. You want to play with your little excavator and goes back and forth.
Well, I'm not saying it's gonna work nice, but it could be done.
I'm not saying it couldn't have been done. I just wanted to see a plan or something, or, we're gonna do this, or, rather than like the other one that, all of a sudden there's a bridge down there, the beavers are,
Where's that?
newest Goldsmith, Newtown Road, all the way down almost into the one that's underwater.
The one
It has a
that-
bridge. Well, that has access.
You're good to go.
It's the same thing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's the same thing.
It has access until it floods in March.
Okay, well, that's the same thing. You gotta say that you have access there
Have you
because you
seen
put
that
a
one?
bridge.
Where the guy had to put a basically drop a cement bridge over.
Yeah, and now that has really, that you call that access, really? You know who did that?
All right, folks. Back to the
What
continued
about the
public
other
hearing
house
of
that's
Healy Corner definitive open space subdivision. Special permit joint public hearing with a tree warden for scenic road, 195 to Hadawan Road.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Bruce Ringwall and Mark LaValle here representing Lately Family Trust. Let me get a drive up. We can have the point.
So is that one?
All right, thank you. Lauren, I believe that you received these. This is for the definitive subdivision open space development that the board approved a preliminary plan on last spring, late winter. We were back in front of you in August talking about the layout of the site. And if we can move to the next sheet.
Maybe. Any ideas?
What's that?
Any ideas?
Any ideas?
How come that one's
There we go. I think you can do a full view on that too, but that's all right, that should work. So the full property here is 44.2 acres. When we initially came in with the preliminary plan and the concept of the preliminary subdivision and the concept for the open space, we had a number of lots that came across the back of this area that's in pink or purple, whatever you want to call it, parcel B. And we had getting there. And then we had 4 lots that were in the area where there are 2 in the back. And there was discussion from the board asking us to look at consolidating the development all into the one area and trying to eliminate that. We've done soil testing as we've shown on the preliminary plan with the Board of Health. We've tested out each of the lots of the preliminary plan as well as the layout of the previous layout for the open space. And what we found was in this area of parcel B, where the pink or purple, depending upon which screen you're looking at, is that we had much better perking soils, similar depth to groundwater, but much better perking soils. And as we discussed when we were here before you in August, we were going to use a common leaching system that would be in that area. Part of the reason for that is with the high groundwater and with the large septic systems, the development area, the cluster, would all have to, either bring in fill throughout the whole area, where it'd be mounting the systems next to each other and then sloping down to the homes and the driveway and then back up to mounds again, and it just would make a really very unattractive location. So we've chosen to go with the common system. What we show here then as well, and we talked about when we came in before, is the area that is in light green, I guess on both screens, is an open space parcel with a conservation restriction on it. And then the other area that's shown in the dark red over there and kind of pinkish red on the front, is a conservation restriction on lot 15, which is a 19 3/4 acre parcel, of which 17.2 in round number acres are restricted, it will have conservation restriction on it. So we wind up right where we were previously, with 29.2 acres of open space with conservation restriction. And parcel B added into that, which is 3.5 acres in round numbers, brings us up to 32.8 acres of restricted land of the open area out of the 44 acres. So there's 11.5 acres that is in play in the development and not restricted, although some of that 11 acres is restricted because it's either wetlands or buffer zones, which are the two bigger backlots that are the white area that you see in the center part in the upland island. Parcel B is not listed as an open space parcel per se. It is a parcel that has infrastructure and on it. That's where the common septic system will be, which we'll see shortly, as well as the drainage basin that we'll run into in the next couple images. So, again, real briefly, out of the 44.2 acres, 32.8 are restricted from development entirely. 29.2 are under conservation restrictions and set up for that. These areas on the north, which is different than normal here, it's on the lower side of this plan. There's a box that you see down in that lower corner adjacent to Harwood Road. That's an image that we're going to see on a later sheet where we have a parking area to access Neely? Nellie's Path, thank you, Nellie's Path, which is an existing path which runs along the northern edge of the property all the way to the rear. And there's another space that you can barely see here, but you'll see again off of Dennis Circle, which is another parking area with a access trail that'll come off of that behind the first set of lots after you go down Alford Trail, which goes to John's Way, which is an existing trail on the southern perimeter of the property line. And then that back portion of the property line, which is the east end of it, is established and set up there for, the west side of it, established and set up for possible trail linking the conservation land above to the conservation land to the north across that area. So, Warren, if you can go to the next slide, that would be.
Could you first tell me?
Hold on a minute. You can ask questions.
No, just so I can understand the map.
We'll review it with you. We will review it with you. Let him finish his presentation, please.
Keep going. This is the same as what we just looked at, just not colored up. Okay, so this is this sheet that we just went through. This sheet and the next sheet are the legal sheets. They get recorded with the registry, assuming approval. Parcel B is shown in here as the utility and drainage easement site. There are a lot of easements that are on here. Just to the left of Dennis Circle, which is the cul-de-sac going in and accessing all these lots, is Lot 3, which is the existing Glavy farmhouse and barn to the rear. And this drive comes out immediately across from the Tahanawan and Harwood intersection.
Tehadawon,
pardon me. I don't know why I keep on saying that the other way.
That's what I said.
Roll to the next sheet, one. This is a blow-up of that because it shows the easements around the property much better. There is, when we get into this, you'll see there are several common driveways, 2 lots on them for access. And there are a series of drainage easements that cut across the property between lot 6. between the two lots, the front 1 and 2, and 6 and 7, which then goes diagonally up between 6, 5, and 4. And then another one that crosses from lot 8 to 9, 11, and 12. And these are easements that are cut across for the purpose of foundation drains. As I mentioned, there's high groundwater in the field. And so we've got we don't want to set the foundations in wet basements by putting the foundation below the elevation of the groundwater, but we also want to have the ability for groundwater to have gravity flow out. And so we have a series of foundation drain connectors, and those will then connect on through so points where they can daylight along the lower slopes of the property. Next slide, please. Next page, please. These next two slides are the existing conditions. As we know, the site is predominantly open in this northeast quadrant of the site here. It's hard on the screen to see the tree lines and the existing house, but you can see the two driveways in the center and the top that come into either side of the existing house, and pretty much the meadow is the area and through the back of that. And the next slide, please. And this is the area in the back where the upland island is, and where the crossing of the small crossing of the wetlands to get to that upper island. And those two sheets are set up in all the subsequent sheets with the same format orientation, north being up the sheet, and same size and everything, so they all can superimpose and you can see everything on a steady basis. If you go to the next sheet, please. These next two sheets, C5-1 and C5-2, are the site layout and utilities plans. This shows the connections to the existing water and gas and utilities, data and voice options that are in Harwood into Hattawan Trail. And it shows, again on here, how the lines come into each of these, how the foundation drains come across, and how each house will have an E1 ejector to a force main, a low pressure force main that goes around the outside of the right-of-way, because I can't go into the right-of-way. It'd be it'd be on the property that would be potentially town-owned down the way versus the private properties for the septic. And that goes over to a series of septic tanks and a pump chamber to the common leaching area. Next slide, please. Oh, stop right there, is a perfect spot. In the lower left corner of the slide that's going up off the sheet is the layout area for the parking down off of Harwood Ave. And in a future sheet, we'll get to see that again. This also shows the extension of Alfred Drive, which is a layout right-of-way. Even though in the open space we don't need to have frontage, we wanted to do the layout right-of-way for that. And then that drive is built under the driveway standards so that it have less of an imprint on crossing the wetlands and gaining access to the back, and then meets the requirements on length. The first cul-de-sac of Dennis Circle is about 660 feet from the road to the far end of the cul-de-sac, and Alfred is about 600 feet? About 600 feet coming in off of that. Next slide, please. So these are the grading, drainage, and paving plans. It shows the grading for each of the sites. At Dennis Circle, there's a set of catch basins right out at the road intersection with Harwood and Hattawan Road. And those catch basins are piped backwards, just in where the first driveway is on the left to, I can't remember the lot number there, I think it's 17, is the high point. And so that first section of road drains towards Harwood and to Hattawan intersection. But those catch basins would then collect that water and then pipe it back underground to where the other catch basins are. The low point in the road, which we'll see when we get to the profile, is right where Alfred Trail intersects with Dennis Circle, and where our drainage goes, then flows into a sediment forebay, and then into the retention basin where it has overflow from there on out. The road itself would be paved road. We have opted to propose a sloped granite curb rather than a vertical granite curb, simply because the cul-de-sac itself has got to be sloped granite curb by town engineer standards, and the curbs out at the road are sloped, and then we've got a big curve coming in through the site, so rather than having the transitions back and forth, we suggested to use sloped granite, and Chris was okay with that idea. Obviously, it's a waiver that we're asking from the board, from the vertical on the straighter sections of the road to slope granite, and so that's something that we'll be discussing. Again, in the lower left, it shows the parking area out at Tahanawan, and then if you look just above the retention basin, there's a pull-off there, and that's the parking area for Alfred Trail. So we have the Alfred Trail and Nellie's, I'm sorry, I take that back, John's Way and Nellie's Path at those two locations. The applicants want to have a sign there, much like our conservation signs that we have all around town, but then with a plaque that explains why the trails are named, what they're named, and the family history behind those for the two different trails. Next slide, please. This just shows the extension of the drive on Alfred Trail out, and then it continues on out. You'll notice on this that the drive, Alfred Trail, has widenings on it for the passing areas. They're less than 300 feet from Dennis Circle to the first one, and from the first one to the second, so that they're in key places that you can see, and that you don't have to have a widening at the crossing on the wetlands. You'll also notice that the drive, being a driveway, is cross-pitched, super elevated to one side, and down the south side of the drive the whole way is a gravel trench, with a stone trench rather, with a perforated pipe within it, and that comes down to the low point, which is right at the elbow, and discharges into a sand filter where the water is treated before discharging into overland flow towards the wetlands. And the homes, as you can see, are in the upper land of the island in the center. Again, just two in there. They are larger lots, but they're restricted from the wetlands and the wetland setbacks. Next slide, please. This is what we've been looking at, only with some color added to it so that it pops out a little bit and you can see it, because I was worried about trying to read these on the screen. So you've got Dennis Circle coming in, a couple of shared drives off of it, a couple of separate drives off of it, two houses in the existing house that enter onto Tahanawan Road, and the other 14 onto either Alfred Circle or Dennis, and then up to the intersection. Next slide, please. Same thing as what we had before, showing all that. Next slide. Plan and profile for Dennis Circle. As what I mentioned here, you start out at Tahanawan Road, and it comes up to a high point about where that first driveway is. You can see that the drainage is collected out at the road and then comes back to the low point. Same with the lower end of the cul-de-sac, it comes back to the low point, and then that discharges off into the basin. Next slide. And this is the plan profile for Alfred Trail. Starts out at Dennis Circle. There's a slight curb at the end to keep drainage in Dennis Circle. And then the drainage on this road, as I mentioned, super elevated down to the low point where it discharges into the sand filter before to the wetlands. At the wetland crossing, we have proposed ready rock type blocks, the large precast concrete blocks to make head walls to keep the crossing as minimal disturbance into the wetlands, but also to allow for the required NFPA 1 width for fire access and to the back. There is a culvert that's in there. There is no flow per se in that wetlands, but there is, there's wetlands there. So we're connecting the water from one side to the other with that. And we have just to the south of that crossing, we have the proposed wetland replication area, which we can show back in another slide. Next slide, please. This is the stormwater prevention plan showing storage areas during construction, also the erosion control limits around the site. Next slide. Goes along with the previous slide with details for erosion sedimentation control, cut and fill sequences, protection to existing inlets, catch basin inlets out on the road, and then notes that reflect all of the above. Next slide, please. We're now into the construction details. We've got the driveway curb details with the sloped granite curb. We have the roadway cross-section as well as the driveway cross-section. The driveway cross-section, as you can see, is the lower of the two, and it shows the cross slope to one side super elevated to the drain. Right below that is the trench drain. There's a typical trench detail, typical stop sign, typical details for paving and the curb stop, and the installation of sloped granite curb. And also a detail for the gravel parking in the two different trailhead parking locations. Next slide, please. These are connections that show, details that show the E1 system, the water connections, flushing connections for the low pressure force main, hydrant and water connections, and a sewer manhole. Next slide, please. Trying, going as fast.
We don't need to.
Okay, much more details. Detail on the basin. Their consultant will review. The stone diaphragm that's on there are on the two parking areas for the trailheads to treat the runoff from those gravel parking lots prior to overland flow. Next slide, please. This are notes for the wetland replication, which is shown in the lower left. The areas for the wetland replication in Littleton standards of 3:1. Shows fire access templates. We've talked with the deputy chief, and we've been in touch with the water department for placement of hydrants and water mains, and the planting schedule. I think that's the last slide. I have with us this evening, I've emailed it to Maureen as well, 2 copies of the traffic study that has been done by Tech. They've done the study based on your subdivision guidelines of moderate, not the minor. You know, it's pretty close to minor, but you're at the low end of the moderate, so they've done the full scale work for that. That document has just been submitted, and I sent it in earlier so that it can be sent off to your peer review consultant. And I think in a nutshell, there's a series of waivers that I alluded to in here. If you like, I can race through them, or I can wait and deal with them once Green's done their review. Your call.
I would prefer that we heard them, the requests.
Okay.
Do we have requests?
Yeah.
Okay, so in your rules and regulations, you address cross-sections in several places. So there are 3 waivers relative to the cross-sections. We provided the typical cross-section of the road. Your regs call for doing a cross-section at every 50-foot interval. And we've asked for relief from that, as has been typical along the way. It also asked that the cross-section be done at 1 inch equals 4 feet, and we did a, not to scale, but it's fully dimensioned. Under your landscaping section, it talks about trees being placed, street trees being placed at 40-foot intervals. We've spoken with both the fire department and with town engineer, with Chris, relative to placement of these trees. And we show them outside of the right-of-way and within the yards, simply because when they're planted real close, you get action of the roots and the trees get older under the roads. Also, fire chief, deputy chief has got issues relative to when they're along narrower roads that his equipment is constantly in the branches of them. So we have no problem with that. We've put them back. We did space them out a little bit because we are saving trees in several areas, namely along the parcel B frontage there. And then so we spaced the trees out around driveways, and it just works out to being more than 40 feet. I don't have an exact number. We just spaced them that they seem reasonable and looked sharp on the plan. Then we have 2 waivers on the stormwater management. The first one is your regulations say that basins shall be 30 foot back from property lines. And the basin we have actually, top of it is actually at the property line of Alfred Trail, although a good distance from it. And it's more than 40 feet away from the property line of the first house site. So we think we're meeting the intent of what you had in mind there, but to meet the spacings and the setback from a reserve septic system, we had to slide the system over a little bit, and it's closer to the right-of-way. We've put a retaining, not a retaining wall, a guardrail from the end of the parking so that there's no issue relative to the slope. The other stormwater issue is that our pipe invert that discharges from the low point, because of the length of the road and the low point, that pipe is down low, so it does discharge below the 25-year storm event for ponding. But we've looked at it, and I'm sure that your consultant will make comment relative to it, but we've looked at it relative to the dynamic head on the lines, and everything seems to work from that standpoint. You have a regulation in here that the developer submit written certification of approval of the design of all the utilities which are provided services within the subdivision. We request to waive this for written certification of approval prior to the construction on that. The curbing I already talked about, going from the vertical to the slope curbing. And we talked about previously not putting a sidewalk on the side, but providing parking spaces and building a trail from the parking spaces at Dennis Circle down along parallel to Alfred Trail and behind the lots to connect up to John's Way. So that we have those 2 parking areas and the trails to connect to the back. And as well, we've communicated with the Open Space Trails Committee to allow for their trail to connect across the back that they have planned for the future. And that's the list of the waivers.
And that's in lieu of a sidewalk?
In lieu of a sidewalk on one side of the Dennis Circle, that's correct.
Any comments or questions from the board?
I'm in favor of the slope curbing.
Okay.
Big time.
I think it looks good. I think he's done everything we asked him to do in the preliminary. He's given us a lot of, my concern early on had been the disposition of the open space. It's going to be private ownership, but open.
On one portion.
Right, open to the, people can walk through it.
That's correct.
Okay, so I'm good with that now. I think it's what an open space plan's supposed to be. Preserving usable, decent open space, so I'm good with it.
I have one more comment. I don't think we should waive the sidewalk.
You don't think we should be on the sidewalk? Okay.
So I actually just had a question about the notion of a wetlands replication area. Can you please explain that a little bit more to me?
Certainly. Under the Wetlands Protection Act, when you fill wetlands, you need to compensate those wetlands that have been filled with a replication area, same general watershed area, same general elevation, same type of plants that you remove. That's typically required to be a 1-to-1. It's typically 1.5 to 1, 2 to 1. Under the Littleton rules, wetland regulations, they ask for a 3-to-1 replication. So we're filling, what is it, 1,000? 50, we're filling 1,500 square feet, and we're providing 4,500 square feet of replication area.
Okay, all right.
And it's, you have to basically get the soil, get the area prepped appropriately, so that you're at the same general elevation of the adjacent wetlands, so that it's hydraulically fed. In this case, we also have the discharge from the sand filter coming down to that same general area, so that it adds additional hydrology to it. And then you've got to have the right mix of soil. You can't plant wetland replication in sand. You have to, put a nice compost mix in there, and so that it becomes good hydric soils over time and sustains the wetland plants.
Okay. And then you did say you submitted the traffic report?
I did, that's right.
Okay.
I'll open up to public comment. Please raise your hand and state your name when you go to speak. You first, please.
I have a lot.
So, question first, did you get your answer to the question on identifying?
No, not quite, but now I do think that, no, I can't see it on this. Oh, yes, I can. This would be Glavy's house.
That's
Correct, that is the Glavy
And
house.
this would be the other house that's there on Harwood already?
No,
Or is this another house?
that's
Is this
proposed.
the other house that's
the
on
next
Glavy?
house down.
So this area is the trees.
That's wooded, that's
Right
correct.
now, it's trees.
That is correct.
And this is Tehadawon.
That is correct.
And Tehadawon comes in. Are you changing this curve?
No, we're not.
So that road is truly parallel. Is this the Glavy's driveway?
That is correct.
Yeah,
So this road is truly connected straight on to Tehadawon?
That is the purpose, that's the intent.
Because that's a dangerous spot. That's my biggest concern with this situation right now, that this is incredibly dangerous spot. And I know you did your traffic test, I saw that going on. Summertime, no one's on the road when it was happening. And at this time of year now, the school buses, I've almost been hit a couple of times myself walking my dog in this space. It's very dark. You're coming up the hill, you come up quickly, people stop to make that turn. People don't know how to do that turn here on this is my property, but I'm Diane Joyce. This is my property. So I'm there all the time. I see it all the time. People are always lost. I want to put a sign there and have, this way to the nursing home, this way to that, because everyone can't figure it out. So this area is very dangerous in how people take that turn. They stop at the stop sign and then think they can pull out. They pull out, people are flying up this road. So your idea too, I think you need to have sidewalks. You're gonna have children going here to a bus stop, I assume, coming from all these houses on a very dark road, but now I guess if you're gonna cut all those trees out, plus that area of trees is 10 feet high at least, or 15 feet high from the ground of the road. How are you gonna build a road in there?
Right at the intersection level there, I don't believe there's that much transition. There is more transition as you go down.
Further down?
Further down.
So the road really is gonna be up close, because it really needs to be up close to that intersection to make it safe. Because if you bring it down into this tree area, that scares me a lot.
Yep.
If I can add on to that.
hold on, you can, but let us call on who is gonna speak next, okay? Thank you. Sir.
My name's Greg Chernoff. I'm property owner in this lot here. To further to what Diane Joyce said, the speed limit on Harwood Avenue is 25 in one direction, 35 in another, going up the hills, the slower of the two. I've never seen a car go slower than that. They routinely disobey the speed limit. There is a stop sign at this oblique intersection of Tehadawon and Harwood. I rarely see people observe that stop sign.
They stop at the stop sign and then they have to
Can we
crawl through
please,
it.
can we please let the person speak? Thank
They
you.
just stop,
Just
crawl through it.
meeting the quorum, I'm gonna try to maintain.
I'd like to bring up one other point, though.
Sure.
So, further, before I go to my second point, I think the location of that road is extremely dangerous and will cause numerous accidents. Now, my second point. When we purchased our present home, we purchased it from the estate of Mary McNiff, Mr. Glavy's Sr.'s sister. He represented the estate. He was at the closing. And he told me at the closing that he intended to maintain all of the land that he owned, all of it, in conservation.
$32 out of 47 lots isn't bad to conserve. Things change over time. That's the unfortunate thing about farms nowadays. People are large parcels, they do have to sell them, and they can't all be conservation.
Behind you first, please. No? Yep.
Yes, sir. Just to add on to that intersection issue.
Your name and
I'm,
address.
Gracias, 272 Howard.
Thank you, Michael.
We sent in a letter to the board, I don't know, a few months ago or so. February, actually, in February, with some photos that I took coming up Howard in the I think it was late summertime, or early summertime. But the sun glare coming down Howard is direct facing east. When you're coming up that hill, you can't see that intersection at all in the morning, in the morning commute, when cars are flying down Howard. And there's a change of speed limit at that location, you talked about it. It goes from 35 to 25. It's literally right at the intersection. So even if you're gonna change speed, it's too late. You're at that crossing. Cars coming out of the new road are gonna be coming perpendicular across traffic. Now, cars coming from Tehadawon, we already know, when we come around and take that turn, I've almost been T-boned how many times? Everybody else around, everybody knows, you almost get hit all the time. Coming up Tehadawon, you can't see into that intersection to make a turn. So as you come up Tehadawon, the natural tendency to most people is to blow through the stop sign until they can see. That puts them in the middle of the intersection. The way this is laid out, you're gonna have head-on collisions from Tehadawon to the new property coming out and potential T-bones up Harwood. So, I mean, this is a fatal flaw, absolutely. So we had suggested in the letter we wrote to flip that arrangement. And if you go the opposite way, you get all the same lots and you still get that connection. So I talked to the engineer about it a little bit. There was an issue about 300-foot clearance to intersections. I don't know if that's something that the board really cares that much about, but I think that would make the intersection more safer.
So you're saying changing it?
Ma'am, I'm gonna,
Yeah, I can
please sit down.
Yeah, so the way it's drawn, I can just make it clear. That same arrangement, if you took the circle, we get something up and make it clear.
Thank you. Thanks.
This circle here could be moved over here, and the arrangement routed this way with the road down here. And you'll get all the same lots in here. You get all the same space. So these move this way, you'd have to change the connections from here, it connects to the circle, and this would go that way, and it would pull that away from this intersection. It would make it much safer.
Oh, yes. You got it.
So-
Yeah. Good idea. Yeah.
Ma'am, in the back.
Mary Lee Donovan, 300 Harwood Avenue. If it's okay, I'd like to hear the explanation for why the engineer, the GPR chose to have that drive right there. Like why, there must be a reason.
There is, and he can explain why. So if Bruce, if you would explain why the.
Certainly. Under the subdivision regulations, they want to have a 400-foot separation, 300-foot separation from an existing intersecting street to another proposed intersecting street. And that distance is further on down to the southeast than we have space. So it would create a situation whereby, as you folks are talking about, you'd be coming up Harwood onto Tehadawon, and you'd be then hitting that crest and picking up speed right where you'd be putting a driveway that's less than 300 feet from the other intersection. So folks coming out of Tehadawon at that stop sign onto the southern section of Tehadawon Road would be accelerating, looking over their shoulder, right where that proposed road would be. So we're trying to line this road, then a circle, with the existing three-way intersection to make a four-way intersection. Granted, Tehadawon is not perpendicular. It comes in at an askew angle, but we tried to align it as best we could so that those would be at an intersection and not be at a situation where people would be accelerating from a stop sign or coming up and accelerating because they've hit the flat right where there's another road to intersect with it.
Would you like to follow up? You had your hand up.
It doesn't really explain it to me, I'm sorry. He talked about the alternative. I'm not interested in the alternative. I'm interested in, you know, what were his alternatives. I still don't understand if anybody knows anything about that intersection. I have to say, I was shocked when I found out about this. You know, obviously I was concerned because I live at, my yard is going to be the scene of many car accidents, I can guarantee it. I was just amazed. I thought, okay, where is it going to come out? First of all, I knew no matter where it came out on that stretch where Tehadawon and Harwood come together, and it splits again later down the road, I knew that no matter where that road came out, it was going to be a mess. To think that it would come out right there, to me is like the worst possible choice, just from a common sense point of view. And can I just add another little thing? The bikers are going to abandon us if this happens. That is such a beautiful stretch. It is so popular with bikers. If that goes in, we can say goodbye to the bikers. They're going to change their maps.
What bikers? I'm going to go to some new people first, please, sir.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate that, you know, it's the worst place for the drive, and my concern isn't where he can't put it. You know, I don't really care about that. If you can't put it safely, it shouldn't be there. That's how I feel. So if you can't fix it, it shouldn't be there. I also want to talk about the septic system. Do we have this type of system in town now, anyplace?
You can ask the Board of Health.
Do you know, though? Have you approved one?
Yeah.
or-
We don't approve septic systems.
Okay, okay.
Cooper found that.
Yeah?
Yep. Your name for the record, sir?
Oh, I'm sorry. Brian Beam, 271 Harwood.
Thank you.
And then I own the vernal pool that's on some of the maps. So I'm still very concerned about the change in drainage to the vernal pool from the houses in the back. So, do you think there'll be any drainage issues?
Please.
Warren,
Yeah.
if you can roll up towards the large colored plan. Second to the top sheet. Keep, go the way you were going is correct. Yeah, thank you. So, Brian's lot is the second rectangular lot from the bottom, the one that's longer. It sticks back, comes to kind of a point of the pink and the red and green. And the vernal pool, potential vernal pool that he's talking about is right in the back of his lot where it kind of looks like a salt box roof line. From there, water apparently is draining to the southeast, which would be up to the upper right as we're looking at the screen. And we're not doing anything to impede the flow of water in any of those wetland areas. They have free flow out on through. And so there should be absolutely no change whatsoever to that area. You can see the boulder contours across parcel B. They start high up towards the tennis circle and they come on down towards the wetlands. And you can see that the flow is from left to right across there. So it's not moving or doing anything that will impact that.
So changing all that drainage uphill isn't going to change the drainage into the pool? Okay.
That's correct. It's flowing in the same direction that it's flowing now. It's going to continue to flow.
I have a hard time with that.
Okay.
I think, I'm sorry, can I follow up?
Can I go to the next person? We'll come back to you. Sir?
Well, I'm just gonna follow up on that.
Thank you.
But I need to go to the map.
By all
Roger
means.
Osmond, 273 Harwood.
Thank
I know
you.
you're gonna ask that, so I figured
Appreciate
get
it.
it out of the way. It is not a potential vernal pool. I've been there for 20 years. It's a vernal pool by all definitions. I know what Oxbow said, but, you know, I know what the definition is.
By definition, sir, until it's certified, it's listed
I know.
as a potential.
And it will be. But there's another issue in terms of the drainage. Number one, you are in fact changing the drainage into. You answered the question correctly about the drainage out of the vernal pool, but did not address the drainage into, which I think is your follow-up question. Another point is at this point right here is another potential vernal pool. Now you guys, not you guys, but the Oxbow guys, did their very nice job on that one, the potential one. But they missed this because, of course, they went when things were dry, not in the spring. And the perk test that was done here was done well back of the line, and in fact, the drainage characteristics in the soil changed rather significantly. And there is, in fact, some springtime, enough of a pool here that ducks swim in it. Now, you don't call that even a potential vernal pool. Let's talk to the Oxbow guys about it and have it look again. So there's a serious problem with drainage here, and that's where you're putting the septic system. That's folly. Never mind the safety concerns that have been dismissed. That's obscene. There has to be a complete rework of this because it is not well thought out. It's dangerous. Yes, it is going to impact the environment, and we'll talk to the Oxbow guys if necessary to assert that. There are a number of issues there, and yes, there are plenty of amphibians and all that stuff. So that's covered, and they did a great job on that. But they missed quite a bit. And the fact that the perk test, which I saw being done, was done off these lines, and then you're going to put 15 houses worth of septic into this area, and because it has the best drainage in the area, it's going to go, by your grade lines, into the vernal pool and other parts of the wetlands. How can you do that with any good conscience?
Sir, would you please address your comments to the chair?
What I said. There you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. MacGyver, please.
Yeah, Don MacGyver, trustee of the Littleton Conservation Trust. So I guess just personally, I'll say that of that intersection, even without any development, it's a pre-existing dangerous situation. Anyone driving through there is aware of it. So I just want to put that on the record, support the neighbors that raised it. And yeah, once again, it's pre-existing even without. So my concerns are mostly about how the open space system works. I also have questions about conservation restrictions and how that's going to work. And someone raised the issue about the yield, house yield, so I'll raise that as well. So to start off with the open space system, I should say I haven't looked at this in a lot of detail. I mean, it's just come out. It's complicated. It's hard to understand what's here. What would help is someone to actually trace the open space system that's going to be put in place, maybe up front so people in the audience can see it, you can see it, and people home can see it. And the questions I have about, I gather what's on sheet CX1 is going to be a driveway. I've heard that. And my best guess is that it might circumnavigate through the conservation restriction area A, but I don't know for sure. What I'm interested in is who's gonna own that parking area? There's apparently a parking area. What's the capacity of it for cars? Who's gonna maintain it? And also, I'd like to see the continuity of what would be publicly accessible from there, and what it also touches that would be publicly accessible. So that's the first question. So if you would have the applicant do that, I would appreciate that.
You want to show them?
Certainly.
Could you actually
Sure.
step up to the map?
Which one do you want to go?
To go this one here, please.
Okay. So, the green area that's shown on here is open space that will either be deeded to the town or a conservation restriction to the town on that parcel. The red is open space that'll be set up with a conservation restriction on lot 15, which is this larger lot. So this is all land, the green and the red, that will be open space, conservation restricted land. The purple here is open space and restricted for a drainage and utility standpoint. It does have some wetlands on it and everything, but we felt it was just good to have that as one piece. We could put the green across here as well, but the problem with that is it puts restrictions on the setback from this home. So we kept that with the open space that's here, because this has wetlands that pull that back. So all the green and all the red are the conservation restricted areas and accessible. This has got space to be accessible as well, but it'll also have the drainage and the septic system and the reserve septic system on it. The parking for John's Way is here, partially within the right-of-way, or access is within the right-of-way, and then the parking exists on parcel B. And there'll be a access trail that comes down along Alfred and across here till it connects with the existing John's Way that goes on across the back. The other parking is right over here where there's an existing cart road coming in, and that parking will be here. Both parking spaces will be set up for 3 cars at each location, and an area with signs and plaques describing the space and the trails, and Nellie's path comes on down and along here. Trying to remember what your other question was.
But so, the question is, who's gonna own it? Is it gonna be given to the town? Who's gonna maintain it? Is the town gonna maintain it?
My assumption would be is that the town would maintain it as they maintain the other areas, and especially if this parcel goes to the town. And then the road, Dennis Circle, is proposed to be a public way and eventually turned over to the town. So that's on the cusp there. Yet to be decided who would maintain it.
Okay, so the question, the conservation restriction, who's going to be the grantee? The grantor is the one that gives it, grantee is the one that accepts it.
Mhm.
It's the one that monitors it, it enforces it if need be. Sometimes there's funding given because it's done in perpetuity, it's a long time, it's an obligation. And I guess I would say, I would hope it'd be, someone would have the capacity to do it. Sometimes people will give it to a homeowners association. I've yet to see a homeowners association capable or follow through on it. Cobb Land is a good example. They've never had a legal meeting, even though the family has lawyers throughout it. So I hope it would be given to one of the local groups. One is Conservation Trust. I think I'd prefer it going to the town. Conservation Commission is another, and we also have Sudbury Valley trustees in town. But it's so adjacent to the town land, and the town has the capability of and expertise for looking at wetlands. I would hope the grantee would be the Conservation Commission. So my question is, who's likely to be the grantee for the conservation restriction areas?
In discussions, Bruce, if you want to answer that.
It could be any of the above. The zoning calls out for all those options, and then, other, corporations or entities that take care of those, so. It could be any of them. We've had discussions of it going to the town, not necessarily to the conservation commission, because some of the rights that we want to have on the property, not motorized vehicles, but the ability to continue to allow hunting. Some of the land around here does allow hunting, others don't. But that's one of the things that they would like to maintain the possibilities to allow to have.
Okay, thank you.
So
If I may move.
Comment on that, a direct comment?
Please, sure.
I think as far as hunting goes, that's something that is decide parcel by parcel. I think it would be the public interest that this open space be given to the Conservation Commission. They have the expertise. They are the experts in wetlands. While this is very wet, they also have open space land. This would fit well within it, especially since so much is adjacent to town-owned lands already. It should be under the care and control of the Conservation Commission.
Thank you. Can I move on? We'll come back to you though.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman.
Name and address, please.
Roger Canard, Harbor. Maybe a question Bruce could answer. What is the sidewalks material? What's it made of?
The walk going down from the site, from the parking area down, is proposed to be a gravel walk till it connects to the existing John's Way.
On the street?
Excuse me? It's off of the right of way, and then it's within the right of way of Elford Trail. So it would be.
I'm talking about the sidewalk on the street.
But we're not proposing sidewalks on the street. That was something we asked for a waiver on back at the preliminary level, because we're proposing the 2 parking areas and the connections to the existing trails.
Will there be a bike rack at the entrance of the walking trail?
Could be. We hadn't discussed that.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to remind you that going forward, we're going to have type A granite berms and concrete sidewalks on both sides of the streets. I was told that. At Jones Meadow, we didn't get those waivers.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, can I make a suggestion?
Please.
I'm looking at the time that it is. We have a lot of unanswered questions. I think maybe a sidewalk might be in order and continuous to our next planning board meeting. Or do you want to continue to muddle?
Well, there's a lot of people assembled tonight. I wouldn't want to send them home without having an opportunity to hear them. So I'm sure they want to speak. So, sir, you had your hand up.
Yes. Good evening. My name is Mark Gallagher. I'm with 307 Harwood Ave. I guess I'm probably the newest abutter to the property. I bought the property in 2016 from Mr. Glavy Sr. Like that gentleman sitting right there, Mr. Glavy was of full mind and body when he sold me the property. And he told me that the property would not be developed. I wrote a letter this evening and I dropped it off for all of you. I'm a professional developer, developed for 38 years. I'm not going to sit here and be a hypocrite and say that, as Mr. Montanari said, things change. However, there were certain promises that were made when I bought the piece of property. That's a civil matter between myself and Mr. Glavy Sr. I guess from a standpoint, I heard Mr. Montanari say that this could be continued. I guess I have some questions about, technical questions about the process. I haven't developed in Littleton, from a development standpoint. I bought in Littleton, and I've built a lot of homes in Littleton over the last 5 years, but I've not developed. So I'd just like to ask some, technical questions, I guess. The submission was in October, if I understand correctly, for the preliminary. You guys met on 3 occasions, December through February. In February, you voted. It was outside of the 90 days, but I'm assuming that you had got extensions in place from the applicant, and then you voted on a plan that was in front of you. In that plan also listed a myriad of wishes that you had. then the applicant did not come back within the 7 months to have a short period of time for approval, is that correct?
I can't speak to what the timelines were. I'd have to review the record.
Okay. So you have either 90 days or 135 days to review. I guess that's the question I'm asking today, is what do you believe that you're under, and what is the process here? You're going to go out to a third-party review for the traffic study, for the stormwater, and all of the other myriad of things that he's provided you?
We always send it out to third party for review.
Okay. So then you'll be able to come back and say whether you feel you're within the 7-month purview or whether this is going to fall under 135 days. The only reason I ask is for review purposes. How long, the public has to review and your third party.
Typically, we put it off to the next meeting, which is 30 days.
Okay. Under 17397, there is a list under the open space which runs from A through C, 1 through 7. And then it goes on to the second page for quite a ways. It's a checklist that is required for submission. There's a myriad of items that are on that checklist that have not been submitted. Is there a reason why the submission isn't complete so that you could do one review?
That was done early on.
Yeah.
That was the decision, the first area you were talking about.
I'm asking you about 17398. For this submission, he has to submit a list, and you should review the list. There are a myriad of items that were not in the plan, and they're not now.
When he first proposed it, it was either a conventional subdivision or open space.
That's right.
We heard everything,
Yep.
we asked him to go with the open space plan, and that's what we have now.
That's not the open space plan that you approved.
We approved a concept of an open space plan.
But this isn't anywhere near the concept. He came back to you in August, after you had approved. I know you're crossing your hands, but let me just ask you a question.
Right.
You live on Tehadwin.
I do.
You have a beautiful house. If I had bought the lot next to you, which I had under contract, and I came in and dropped 13 houses, okay, on the lot next to you, which is similar in size, would you be asking questions? I think you would. So please don't be frustrated with me tonight.
I'm not, I'm
Okay?
trying to tell you the
I'm the
process.
top 10% of taxpayers in this town. There were promises made. I just want to make sure he's following the rules. That's all I'm asking.
He came with a conventional and an
I
open
understand
space.
that, but this is about the open space.
And we looked at that when we decided we wanted to go open space as opposed to
Is there a
conventional.
reason why the requirements of the open space plan, the applicant isn't turning in the requirements? That's all I'm asking. I'm not asking you about the subdivision.
So,
I'm just,
be respectful, be kind.
Would you like the list? I mean, I'm happy to provide.
Don't need it.
Okay.
What we have before us is a definitive open space subdivision plan. We believe that they've met the requirements of the bylaw to submit what's in front of us currently.
But they did not ask for waivers for the list that's required. It says submission requirements, amended May 6, 2013. There is a list of requirements. He has not met the list of requirements. He has not asked for waivers on these items. So just like Roger's asking you about the sidewalks, I'm asking you why he hasn't met the litmus test of these things. That's all I'm asking. It's just a procedural question that's fairly straightforward. It requires him to turn in, as an example, building plans, conceptual plans of what he intends to construct. He has not done that. Floor plans. He's not turning in floor plans. You essentially have 13 houses that are on the size of a 4-acre lot, and there are a myriad of things that will come up through the review and through this process. If to get past go, you have to do this, and all the other developers have done it. I'm asking why this one hasn't. If you look at, as an example, Durkee Farm. Durkee Farm had a complete file. They filed all of these things. If you look at Cooper Farm, they filed all of these things. Just curious why this developer.
This is true.
Or this applicant. Yeah, I went online and looked. I spent 4 hours last night watching your videos. I'm just asking why he doesn't have a complete file. And you can answer me next time. It doesn't have to be today. The second thing is I would join with everybody in here in stating that the location of that subdivision road is a horrible location. The amount of speeding on that road and the amount of accidents that happen, the bicyclists, It's just a crazy
Okay,
location.
we've heard that enough, though. So is there anything else? You
Yeah.
guys want to get to some,
Okay, I'll come back, I'll circle back.
Douglas Peak, 65 Grimes Lane, on the butter in the back section. First, I'd like to clarify one of the documents the planning board put out, which is the preliminary subdivision decision for Healy Corner. And it states down there, section 2C, basically, trail area connections to the following locations are made. Peak property and OK Estates. There are no trails on my property to connect to. I would like that removed.
okay.
And Cape property doesn't touch this property, so how could you interconnect to it? The town property is on either side of mine, whether it's conservation.
Right, so through the conservation, we're trying to do connectivity through trails.
It should say the town, you're connecting the town property.
That was the
And what town
intent.
does after that is their business.
Mhm.
And then, so just like that section clarified, in this document, it mentions the bonus density lots, which is what I'd like to discuss for a minute. The bottom left section of that map, the original layout, per normal layout, showed 3 lots, 1 at the street and 2 with long driveways going back. Now, if I understand correctly, the intent of what's called here bonus density lots is if you don't build those and leave the street looking nice, you get extra houses for it, 1 per. Well, you know, that's very nice, you know, the spirit of that I can understand, because I ride my bicycle by there all the time, and it looks nice. But in reality, to get 3 extra houses, because you're really only taking 1 off the street, the other 2 would have had long driveways, and you wouldn't normally see them from the street. And one of those properties, to me, was even questionable, because the whole driveway ran through wetlands, or mostly through that, and the 50-foot barrier. So whether or not they even made 14 lots, I would question. But my bigger point is, even if the letter of the law allows them to claim all 3 of those, okay, so now we have a nice section of road there, left alone, but now what do we get in return? A quarter of a mile down the street, we get a mini city. So I get this nice section of my bicycle, I go a quarter of a mile, boom, it's destroyed. What I look at and the look and feel of the area. So they get an extra 3 houses for making 1 section look nicer.
Is there anybody?
I don't think that's right.
Bruce?
We're also establishing 32 acres of restricted land from any development. So out of 44 acres, there's only 11 acres that have development, be it road or house lots on.
You had your hand up earlier. Did you want to speak? Yes, please. Yep.
Christina Borski, I live at 269 Harwood Avenue. This is the lot that is next to the Neely Way, or Trailhead, Nelly Way. I'd like to, if you could look at the site map, or where it shows that in more detail.
Do you know what sheet that is?
C5-1, I think. So roll down a number of them. Keep on going. Keep going, keep going. 1 more, that works. It's in the lower left corner. So the lower, oh, look at that.
We can get over there. Okay, I can't get there.
Yeah, it's the inset at the bottom of the page.
Yeah, there you go.
Down here.
Yep.
So I'd like just to get a little clarity on what I'm seeing here. I believe that this would be my property line.
That's correct.
When we purchased the property from Mr. Glavy Sr.'s daughter, Rebecca, she had actually built the house. And when the house was constructed, the driveway was not put on the property. It was actually put on Mr. Glavy's property. And on our property line, we have an easement, which is a driveway and utility easement, which shows us this dotted area here where our driveway is. And so I'd like to know, this exact area is where you're proposing a trailhead driveway, and how this trailhead driveway fits with our driveway, which on our property map, this area is through the easement is given to us as a right-of-way driveway, how that would fit with our driveway.
Yeah. My understanding is that your driveway is not actually on this property the way it's surveyed out. I do have that easement, located, but we did not have any location of your driveway on there, but I will double check that.
Because, yeah, so there's our driveway, I understand that the bottom of our driveway, when we purchased the property, does not actually on our property, it's on the easement property. So that was given to us as an easement, as a access to our property.
That was our understanding as well when we looked at it, but when we did the survey, that wasn't what they were finding, so I'll double check that.
Okay, because I think there's like our mailbox, the tree, all of that property down there is, what we were told was part of the easement, it was not actually our property, so I'd like to have that clarified. Right next to our driveway is the entrance to that trail.
That's correct.
And there's only a few feet, and you have a large ledge rock that sticks up 10 feet in the air, and then there's a massive drop right after that. So I would like clarity on how you can fit another trail driveway in there next to our driveway, and how that would impact our
There's
driveway.
space, because we brought in my company, one of the company trucks, the backhoe, and all when we did the soil testing. We came right in through where the trail is and where this parking space.
Right, so you would see that is right where our driveway,
It was adjacent to that, there was a big huge rock, some boulder, I can't remember what it was.
Yeah, there's a
that we
cement
had to move.
block.
Cement block, we had to move, yep.
Right, so I do know when you were there, because I was there, but that is like literally touching our driveway, the edge of our driveway, so I'd like to know how that road would impact our driveway on that easement.
Be adjacent to it as it is now, but it shouldn't be impacting it at all. But I'll double check that, make sure that where your driveway is relative to that.
Thank you.
And my second minor point is also, Mr. Glavy did represent his daughter during our purchase and sale, and as these two gentlemen said, his intent was very clear when we purchased the house, and he was of sound mind and body at that time, that this was going to be, his desire for this property was for it to be conserved as open land and not to be developed.
Thank you.
No, we heard the same, and that was in 2012.
Anybody else that hasn't spoke tonight? Other than that, I'm going to wrap it up. We'll continue this to another night.
Real quick.
Mike, I'm really going to wrap it up. I appreciate it, but we're cooked at this point. It's 10:30. We've had a busy night. I'll entertain a motion to continue this hearing to our next.
Do you want to schedule a site visit?
I'm familiar with the site, so if anybody else wants to do
I
it.
mean, everybody's had a concern with the driveway. Do you want to set something up to do that, or do you want to wait until the next meeting and say?
So we can do scheduling anytime.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so,
All right.
motion to continue.
So moved, yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
To our next scheduled monthly meeting,
October 2nd.
October 2nd.
October 2nd.
It's not the one in 2 weeks?
There is
You
no
don't have
2
one.
weeks.
Oh, you don't have one in 2 weeks? I'm sorry.
October 2nd.
October 2nd.
October 2nd. So, motion to adjourn?
No, you've got.
Oh, you got,
Roger. So, we've closed the hearing, so there's no more discussion. So, we've continued the hearing, there's no more discussion, so.
October 2nd.
it wasn't scheduled.
October 2nd. Say attention.
Yes. Okay. That one, you know.
Just shoot you, no.
Why?
I'm kidding. No, I'm doing it to What do you mean? Like,
Is that true? Mark?
Don't leave yet. Don't leave yet.
oh, wait, to do Jones Meadow? Oh, I thought we were
No, we're not
adjourning
adjourned,
everywhere.
we're not adjourned, we got to run.
Coming from my house.
I know that, like.
Folks, take it outside, we still have another agenda item to take care of, please.
All I want to know is I should be approved.
That's all done in the definitive. What he's asking for, we're in the definitive now. We don't do what the houses look like in a preliminary.
Just asking, is it true?
On the rail. Out there all by yourself on Saturday.
On the review.
You had requested it tomorrow. Didn't know even where to get it. Good. We'll go on.
Welcome.
Thank you.
It was the
Is that what
packet.
he's asked? Is that what he's asking?
He wanted the packet.
Well, first of all, I know you people are all volunteers that put in this kind of time on this thing. Much appreciated. I'm just here to, the easy one, just to agree on the bond amount, Jones Meadow, to continue doing building permits on the rest of the lots.
Did we get that, Maureen?
Yep. My screen is stuck, so.
Mine keeps.
Well, it wasn't posted.
I only see the inspection.
What's not posted?
Yep, and actually,
What's not posted?
so yeah, the bond estimate came in a few days ago. Green has reviewed it. They found a number of things that have been added to the new bond amount. So total bond plus 20% contingency brings it up to 281,000 and change. And he's asking for release of all of the lots on Jones Meadow. So,
Unless you want to make it less.
No.
so if you want to do what we just did for,
Turkey.
yeah, Turkey, pending final review from Green on that. I believe that's the last email that came in, but it would have been today.
Are you talking about this? It's not posted. It's not posted. She's right, it's not posted.
So it just makes it a little challenging because we haven't had a chance to review
Right.
it.
Nothing.
Right.
Yeah.
We didn't review greens either, I mean, turkeys. We didn't see anything of it.
Yeah, we did.
It was
Posted.
It was
Jerky's is
posted,
posted.
but did you see it? Did you go through it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's right there.
Okay.
Well, when,
When you get a chance to look at it, I can work it out with mine.
Yeah.
so, Tom Bigelow at Green has reviewed it. I'm not convinced that I'm looking at the most recent just because I wasn't on email today. Yeah. And he had added, and so if you're willing to vote the lot releases and set the bond amount at, $282,000 pending, or whatever Green comes up with for the final review. When you only meet once a month, it's difficult to get everything in for a meeting.
Well,
It's a bond.
I'll entertain a motion to approve the bond amount request per Green International's review and comments submitted tomorrow.
Final number. Yeah.
so moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
I'll
Abstain?
abstain, but I will look at it and then follow through.
Okay.
I'd
Thank
like
you.
to add that Tom's been great to work with on this. He's bent over backwards to get people over there to make inspections. So,
And you've had two so far, right?
oh, we have one or two.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I saw two out there, so.
About 6.
You're not in any of the pictures, though.
I'm not in the picture.
Yep, and then,
Mike Mancuso's usually the guy.
does that include the lot releases,
That's subject to bond, as long as, yeah.
once the bond is in place?
I'll entertain a second motion to release the lots once the bond is in place.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Abstain until.
Okay, thank you.
Just a formality, but I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kent.
Are we done?
We just need to confirm, so our next meeting date is Wednesday, October 2nd. Is that
Why are we going to Wednesdays?
Because I work Thursday nights in Amesbury right now.
Wednesday, absolutely not gonna happen. Once I'm off vacation, I'm back down in DC. And now I make Wednesdays.
So are you gonna make October 2nd?
I thought Thursdays was the deal. You make it a Monday. Chop my week in half. It's not gonna happen.